Back in 2021, my friends and I decided to embark on our first adventure into the world of Dungeons & Dragons. After saving the realm from an ancient dragon, we decided to start anew in a whole new campaign, and this time we are bringing you along. I am very happy to present RPG, Role-Playing Gents. We hope you join us as we grow as a channel, and grow as players. Without further ado, Role-Playing Gents presents Out of the Abyss.
Our adventure starts where all good stories do. A crowded tavern in the heart of a busy city. Inside the tavern, the scene is chaotic, yet strangely comforting. Patrons jostle for space at the bar, swapping tales of dragon hordes and cursed relics. The hearth crackles, casting flickering shadows across the worn wooden floor. The bard in the corner strums a lute, weaving a tale of lost love and ancient curses, while the barkeep deftly fills tankards with frothy brews. Amidst the lively chaos, there exists an oasis of quietude. A corner booth, tucked away from the crowd. There, bathed in the warm glow of half-burned candles, sits a solitary figure. A turtle. An ancient and wise, with a shell adorned by faded symbols of forgotten knowledge, his eyes like polished amber peering over stacks of yellow parchment, with a seal from the Grand Library of Waterdeep. A tall, wiry man with slick-back hair and a dirty apron walks over to him and puts a hand on his shell. Craig, would you like to describe your character?
Yeah, so in the corner of the tavern, you see, as he said, an elderly turtle. On his table is filled with books and papers. He's reading through books, then going over with his quill and writing down notes on paper. He's a small turtle, a little under 5 feet tall, and covered in his arms, chest, legs, you can see glimpses of tattoos. He's wearing a robe, a hooded robe, but the hood is laid back inside. You get the sense that he's in his own world. He's not even taking in everything else that's going on in the tavern around him, completely enthralled in the work he's doing.
So, as the man puts his hand to the back of your shell, he kind of leans over and says, "Do you need anything, Kachua?" Kachua? He pulls a chair, he spins it around, and he sits down. Wine, stew, candlewick, kind of looking at the table.
Oh, just some tea, please.
Yep, I can get some tea for you. So he kind of calls over to the bartender, raises a hand, points down. What is it that you hope to find in those papers of yours?
Oh, could be anything and everything. There's the pursuit of knowledge is its own gift. Any opportunity to learn is an opportunity to grow.
So treasure. You're looking for treasure, aren't you? He smiles.
Kind of laughs to himself. Oh, no. I'm not one for treasure hunts.
But, and you see him scan the paperwork, and he says, "You're focusing on down there." And he seems to point at the ground. The Underdark is no place for a scholar. You sure you're ready for something like that?
Aren't you the perceptive one? I don't know if I could be ready, but I do know where my pursuit takes me, and I don't know if I have much of a choice.
Well, speaking from experience, Durnan says, it ain't that good. Everything's trying to kill you. The food sucks, and there's not much light for days, and you can never find a good pint. So, if eat anything, let me know, because I can try to. And he looks around, and the whole bar, the Yawning Portal, is just full of different adventurers. The tables are crowded, people are rowdy. The bard at the front is playing. He says you should really go with a group if you're going to go down there.
I appreciate your concern, Durnan, but the guidance of Denier will keep me safe.
Oh, well, all right. So, just so you know, if you do go down there, you will die slowly. Darkness and death. His eyes begin to kind of roll back in his head. Darkness and death is all that await you. The heads of many will fight over your corpse, and the souls you feed, and your soul will feed the nine. As you notice, the music completely stops. As you look around the bar, almost like candles flickering to life, the adventurers begin to stand up as they turn into shadowed figures. Horns, tendrils kind of coming out of the smoke. Durnan just standing there staring at you. However, as you look around the bar, you do see 5 others just as confused as you. That's where we're going to get some initiative going. Gertie, as you stand around, everything that you saw in this establishment just disappeared in front of you. You are conscious to this. You see these shadows. You see the automaton who's right next to you also looking around confused. What do? Anybody who rolled under a 5 or a 5 and under does not have their weapon on them. Anybody over has their equipment with them. Anybody else, their equipment is in their rooms, which is off to this. How do you ping in this? Is it tab? Focus ping. Off to that area.
Joke's on you, I don't have any equipment.
There we go. So if you rolled, you are good, Gertie.
I'm good. Yeah, I have.
Like you have your equipment.
Okay, perfect. And these things just were the patrons that just turned into horned beings, something like that?
Horned shadowed monsters, yep.
Oh, good. So Gertie is going to 5, 10, 15 step into kind of the darkness on this bottom part of the tavern here, and look next to him at this little shadow creature, and then you're just going to see his hands just going to step out, and he's going to tap him on with 2 fingers right in the middle of the forehead and cast Inflict Wounds.
All right. Is it a save or a hit?
It is a hit. So I will roll. So that 15.
15 hits. Roll for damage.
17.
17 necrotic damage? You watch as your hands touch the front of this guy? How's it happen?
That's it. He just 2 fingers go out, just taps him in the middle of the forehead, and he just goes and just crumples. And Gertie's going to take 2 steps back and sort of crouch down into the shadow here.
Okay.
Pop his hood up over his head.
Quick question on rules. Range attacks. If I'm within 5 feet of other people, am I at disadvantage if I'm attacking someone who's more than 5 feet away from me?
Yes. With ranged? Yep.
I don't want to...
you also don't have your you don't have your equipment.
I am a Ganassi, and I can throw fire.
Oh, neat.
So both of them would get 1. I'll just take the disadvantage, and I'm going to...
Sorry, I also meant to say everybody describe their character when it comes up in initiative. So, Gertie, if you want to... Well, sorry, Dupes. Gertie, if you'd like to take a second to describe your guy.
Yeah, so everybody would have seen this kind of young male human variant in the middle. He's got a big cloak on. He looks kind of, like a normal human, but you can tell he's got some inner demons that he's sort of kind of battling. You can just see it in his face. He just wears this kind of big hood all the time, and he carries around this large kind of tome that you'll kind of see always sort of tucked in the side of his robe, I suppose, his big hooded robe.
Okay,
that's about it.
That's
about it. Yeah.
Very cool. Hellfire, you can describe before you do your actions too.
Okay, so you'll see a humanoid figure, but like his long red hair, it's kind of like moving around, and at the very tips of it, you almost see like bright little embers kind of flicking off of it, and his eyes are growing with just a little bit. You see a little bit of flame kind of glowing in them, and you'll just see fireball just appears out of nowhere in his hand as he hurls it at this guy down to the south of him as he casts.
It's the fireball spell?
Produce flame.
Okay.
So at disadvantage, that's probably not going to hit.
14?
Yep.
That hits.
So 8 fire damage.
Okay, you watch it hits the chest of this creature, and the creature, its form is very difficult to identify. You see horns, you see like tendrils coming out from its abdomen, and these hooves, but it rears back as this fire hits it. It's still up, but yeah. Anything else?
That will be all.
Okay. So now that creature that you just fireballed, you watch as its hand reaches straight towards your throat, and the one behind you, almost in unison, is going to do the same. So I'm going to roll 2 d20. So does a 19 hit?
Yep.
Okay. You're going to take 2 piercing damage, and then you need to make a con save.
Constitution save.
Okay, you failed that, so you are going to take an additional... I wish I had my dice here. 11 necrotic damage.
I would.
That was almost a max roll. Are you still up?
I'm up.
Okay. The one behind you had also swung, but it had got a 3. So. Okay,
when I say I'm up, like I'm on a knee.
These ones are beginning to go to the south here, towards this automaton. It's going to be attacked by 2 of them. They are not flanking, but they're both attacking. And do it. A crit and a 7. So does a 23 hit?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to roll this and double it, so it'd be 12 damage.
Automaton's down.
Okay, so as you get hit, it just goes black. And for you, it almost felt like things were like pixelated around you. This was a bit weird. The perception of this room was specifically different for you. And okay, we can describe your character later. Quechua, what are you doing? Or no, there's still way more of these guys. Sorry, I tried to roll one. It is taking its time. This is into 6. Does a 12 hit?
No.
Okay. Into Mutin. 2 of them are coming for you. Does a 12 hit for you, Mutin?
12 does not hit.
Okay. And then 2 into Quechua. Oh, rolled pretty bad. 8 is the highest they rolled.
It does not hit.
Okay. So you'll notice that, like, this is the yawning portal, the giant hole in the center of the room, the elevators at the top, the door to the rooms where you were staying, Kachua, is up here. The bar has a room behind it, and then there is the front door. So
Sorry, where was my room again?
your room is right to the north of where you are.
Okay. So Kachua is going to. I'm hoping you'll let me do this as a bonus action. Collect all of his things that were on the table. Immediately start collecting all the papers and books,
Yep.
and then turn around to the what used to be Durnan right in front of me. Mutter a little word under his breath and sacred flame. So it's a dex save for the.
And you don't need your equipment for that because it's a cantrip.
Yes, but also, you can rule on this. I mentioned to you earlier, but I wanted one of his tattoos to be his spell thing.
Mm-hmm. So Durnan got an 18.
Yeah,
Or
that
Shadow
passes.
Durnan. Okay, anything else?
Nothing happens. No, I already used my bonus action.
Okay. Mutin.
All right, so I'm going to go after this first guy with an unarmed strike.
Okay.
Take it 23 hits.
23 hits.
4 damage.
4 damage. All right, you smoke it. It seems to shift and move where you hit it. It does react, doesn't like it.
Then I'll follow up with my bonus action unarmed strike.
Go for it.
24.
Did you say 44?
24.
That also hits, and another 7. How does it happen?
He just dodges the first 2 attacks that come at him, and he just comes up with a quick arm to the side of the neck. When it doesn't drop him down, he just does like a sweeping leg kick, and it just kind of fizzles away, I guess.
Sorry, Lexi, you're out of initiative. 6, what are you doing over in the corner there?
So that I kind of like jump back from the first strike it swings at me, and I'm gonna swing a sword strike into it. Short sword.
Oh yeah. 8 does not hit.
8 does not hit. Okay. And then, so I'd say with the sword, do I get a second attack?
So if you have a dagger in
I
a
do,
second
yeah.
hand,
And I have 2 weapons.
you can
So I
do.
have my sword in one hand and my dagger in the other. I'm gonna swipe with the dagger as I miss my first lunge.
21 hits. So roll damage, but you won't get your bonus to your second one.
Right.
That's how 2-hand weapon fighting.
So there's no +3, right?
Correct.
So it's just 1.
Okay.
I don't know why it didn't show up.
All right. So you look around. You have your equipment. You see the others. The shadows are moving in. End of the round, they all begin to start chanting, "Darkness and death, darkness and death," and they're just going all in unison, staring, and their hands are rising up to point at all of you. Gertie, what are you doing?
As this chant has started, does the tome that I'm holding, is it doing anything?
Make a insight check. It feels warm, but not much beyond that.
How is this room lit?
Center of the room is the massive hole. That's the yawning portal, like down to the dungeon. Around the outside of the room and at a lot of the tables, there are candles. There's a fireplace over here. There are candles on this table. There's this is the kitchen.
Okay. I'd just like to find sort of maybe that fireplace. It's kind of the largest source of
Okay.
light. and I'm gonna cast Control Flames at double the area of bright light, just to light it up.
Okay. As you begin to, the room begins to glow, and you see from the very center hole, you see this black sludge beginning to kind of come up the well in the center of the room.
Glad I'm dead.
Awesome. I am just going to yell out, "Black sludge! In the middle!" I'm going to run straight across to where this tabaxi is, away from the sludge.
Okay. Yeah, you watch as it slowly begins to move up this shaft. Hellfire.
I'm gonna stay put at this moment and try to hit the same one again with Produce Flame, so at disadvantage. And just to add some theme to it, I think 16 hits, 14 hit last time. So instead of actually like throwing it, I'm just gonna keep the flame in my hand, and I'm just gonna like slap it right across the face.
And
one damage. I hope that's enough.
That is not enough. You watch as the fire goes into its belly and kind of like kind of shoots out as steam. Still up. Anything
All right,
else?
I'm joining you, DAG. That's all I can do.
Just saying in the chat, when I get to describe that character, it totally checks out that he went down right away. It fits him perfectly.
Does anybody have physical d20s? Because for me, I have to roll a lot of dice here, and it'd be easy.
I mean, I'm dead. I can roll some dice for you if you want.
Yeah, roll me some dice.
Okay. They're right
Just
side.
start rolling dice, listing me. Give me two d20s right off the hop.
Okay. Yeah. We got a 13 and a 19. Sorry, guys.
Okay. 13 does a 16 hit you, Hellfire.
It absolutely hits.
All right. Then Lexi, roll me a d6, please.
I'm just gonna go down. I'm down.
D6. 5.
You're down. Okay. The one into hit me with another d20 for 6.
7.
Does a 10 hit?
Me? No.
Yeah. Okay. Second one's coming in for you. Another d20.
That's
we're
a
gonna
2.
do one for Gertie.
You're welcome.
2 doesn't hit, and then one for Gertie.
1 for Gertie. That's an 11.
An 11, so 14.
14 hits. Yep.
D6, please.
6.
And Gertie. So 7 damage into Gertie, and you're going to need a con save.
Gertie's down.
I'm going to need 2 d20s into Mutin.
I got an 8 and a 12.
Does a 15 hit you?
15 does hit. Ties.
Okay, so d6.
That's 4 damage.
So 5 damage with the +1, and a con save. 2 d6, please.
2 d6.
Yeah.
9 total. Oh.
And I'm down.
Okay. Kachua, at that, you're going to watch. I'm going to pop us out of initiative. With those being down, all of the shadows are going to stand and turn towards the center as they walk towards this massive black ooze coming out of the well, and they almost fall to their knees. And as they do, you watch as a door in the back swing open, and 2 massive heads poke out. Monstrous forms appear, and it roars at the ooze in the center. Six and Gertie, you're going to look to the kitchen as that door swings open in the kitchen, and you see another massive creature with wings, bone wings sticking out of its back, and a skull head comes storming, crashing through the door. All three of these beasts are staring at each other, and at that point, Kachua, you wake up. You've all been captives of the Drow. As you awake, you realize once again where you are and where you have been for days. You wouldn't wish this fate upon anyone, yet here you are, locked in a dark cave, the cold, heavy weight of metal tight around your throat and wrists. But you are not alone. Other prisoners are trapped in here with you in an underground outpost far from the light of the sun. Your captors include a cruel Drow priestess who calls herself Mistress Chandra of House Mizorim. Over the past several days, you've met her several times. Robed in silken garments and flanked by two male Drow, one of whom has a mass of scars along one side of his face and neck. Mistress Chandra likes to impress her with scourge in hand and remind you that your life now belongs to her. She demands, accept your fate, learn to obey, and you may survive. Her words echo in your memory as you look down to the body of one who didn't. A large muscular orc lies dead in the center of the room, a single puncture through his heart after refusing the daily chores. So, you guys are all inside of a cell, and I got some handouts for you. And that cell is in an outpost.
Gee.
This is what it looks like. As you were captured, you've all been here for a few days. That D10 that you rolled is how long you've been held captive in this cell. Okay?
Okay.
Oh boy.
You've been told many times over that this is just a holding ground before you go to bigger and better things. The mistress would kind of mock you with. I need everybody to roll a D20 and add the amount of days they've been there plus the amount of shadows they killed in their dream. Okay, so I need everybody to tell me what they rolled one at a time.
Kachua got 8 total.
Kachua got 8 total. You are new to the cell. You have found nothing as you've spent your time in here. You also, all of your belongings have been removed from your captive. So you guys all currently hold nothing.
Can we unequip everything? Then?
You can unequip everything. If you can find your equipment, you can just put it right back in. All of the starting equipment has been taken from you by the Drow when you were captured.
Okay.
Somebody else want to give me what they rolled and with all their stuff added together?
Mutin, he rolled a total of 6.
Unfortunately, Mutin has also not found anything.
6 has a total of 14.
6, as you've dug around the sides of this stone room, you found a large spider, about the size of a tarantula, that seems to have taken a liking to you. Seems to hang off the side of you and isn't currently biting you or anything. That is your sole possession right now. A large living spider, the size of a tarantula. Anybody else roll stuff?
Yeah, Gertie got 24.
Gertie got, you said 24?
Yeah.
You found a rusted iron bar that could be used as a club. So it would have the same profiles as a club melee weapon.
Okay.
And what did Hellfire roll?
11.
You found a singular gold coin.
DAG rolled 10 total.
Another gold coin.
Oh, cool.
So, as you're stuck in this stone room, you guys are not alone. You guys seem to be reoccurring in each other's dream. All the dreams seem to be slightly different. The location is based on who's having them, but the 6 of you all seem to end up in each other's dreams. But as you look around the cells, there are a lot of other people. They're in room 11 in this outpost. You guys see all the map I just posted, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
So you guys can keep that map up as I do Theater of the Mind to kind of show where you are. But you guys see the numbers as well, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you guys are all crammed into 11.
Okay, and the chores that we've done in the past have brought us out of 11, so we kind of have a rough idea of the bridge that goes to 10 and like things like that.
Yes, you would all have a rough idea of, well, the ones who've done certain chores. To the north of you is a Quaggoth's pen, which are large, kind of like furry beasts that the Drow seem to have domesticated to do chores for them. There is a Quaggoth in the cell with you as well. In at number 10 is a kind of a guard hall that you walk through that always has 2 or 3 Drow in it. And you notice that the side of the cliff, as you look down, there's a bit of a railing and then spider webs all connecting the bottom of the stalactites together. Some have been lucky enough to go to the south where the Drow, there seems to be rooms for some Drow, and a lift that goes up and down to the surface floor of this cavern. But I'll leave it at that for now. So as you look around, seeing the eyes that have been pretty unfriendly towards you, you should have handouts of all the images. Feel free to pull those up as you need. What do you guys do?
So Gertie's gonna look around for the sort of largest companion that's around him, because I don't know. I guess I would know Six the best because he's also been here for 10 days, I think.
Yeah.
But
As you do,
yeah.
I'm gonna lock eyes with you.
Okay.
I just arrived today, and give you kind of like a strange look of, do I recognize you? Hey, psst. Hey, do I know you? I've seen you before.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
Are you talking?
And kind of like a look of realization will come across my face.
I've been down here for about 10 days at my count, but I don't think I know you. Wait. I've seen you in my
You're
dream.
the sorcerer from my dream.
You're at the desk. You've got all the papers out.
I'm just gonna.
How do you know about that?
So I'm just gonna say that everybody's had very similar dreams, but the dream that I described in our session 0 was specifically Kachua's. So everyone kind of had a dream where they were the center of their own story, as dreams tend to.
Okay, so I mean, it's just from across the room, I could see just an assortment of just stuff on the. Is that important stuff there? What's your name?
My name. Oh, my name is Kachua. And yourself?
Bless you. Oh,
You had that planned.
Just a little light humor there. I'm Gertie. I'm Gertie Clifflash. It's nice to meet you. I've never met a turtle before. Sorry, it's just a little abnormal for me.
No problem. We're turtles.
Oh, turtles. My apologies. Well, what? And I'm gonna kind of size you up a little bit. Does Kachua look sort of kind of strong to me?
Yeah, he's elderly, and like if you've ever seen a turtle before, he's abnormally small. Like he looks kind of like how when you get old, you kind of shrink a little bit.
Okay.
He does not look like he'd have.
Okay.
Strike to him.
Well, Kachua, I know you said you just got here, but again, you seem wise beyond belief. Do you have any idea? And I'm gonna hold up my chain so how do we get out of here? Can you get these?
Can I take a look at his manacles, make an investigation?
So as you you're going to step forward towards him, you can make an investigation check.
While he's
Nat one.
Oh, he's gone.
So as you look at them, Kachua, you have never spent time in a situation like this. I wouldn't say your life is a life of luxury, but these are heavy metal chains with a odd locking mechanic. This is foreign to you. This is strong steel that you do not understand. You understand, but you don't understand. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I'm sorry. This isn't really my expertise. I have no idea what to do with this.
So as you guys are talking, a small deep gnome, his bald head, about 3.5 feet tall, big pointy ears, a dark purple skin. He's going to walk up to you, and in Undercommon, so anybody who speaks Undercommon will understand this. Everybody who doesn't will just hear is going to hear, "Hey, yeah, turtle. Who would have thought? What's going on, big man? How are things?" And he's dragging his chains beside, and his chains look huge on him because they're all the same. They're the same cut size manacles. They clamp down tightly on him, but they look like a chore to carry for someone his stature.
Sorry, what was he, Keys? A Duergar?
Deep gnome.
Oh. Yeah.
And
okay.
Who would have thought a turtle would be the newest group or newest addition to our group here? But you know what? I got a good feeling about this one, and I think anybody, and he's going to be looking around to everybody in the room, and some of the people who've been there for a long time might be rolling their eyes at this point. He's going to say, 5 silver, we get out of here in 2 days. Any takers? Anybody want to say a different day? 5 silver? He's kind of rubbing his hands together. He's getting all excited.
Okay, you said 5 silver with the last one too, and this will be in deep speech as well. And listen, Jim. I know you've been. This is just another one. Oh, Jim Jar. It's our. This. We've got a thing. It's been 10 days.
Jim was my father.
Oh, my apologies. 5 silver on this one? Come on.
5 silver.
Right.
5 silver. 2 days. We're out of here. You pick a different day. We could make something else. You want to do 10? We could do a gold. Why don't we do a gold?
We're gonna do a gold one day, Jim Jar.
You're gonna say 1 day. We're out of here. 1 gold. Spits his hand, sticks it out to shake.
And by out of here, I'm talking about this room.
No, we meant out of here like escape, chains off, everything.
Chains off out of this room and on our way?
Chains off out of this room? Sure. boom, handshake. He's happy, and he says, "Got you good. We'll definitely sell this. You know, good luck. Hope you win. Hope you don't." And he kind of slunks back to his corner of the room. Carry on.
Okay, I just saw this guy come up, point at me, go like this, and then talk in a different language with Derek, shake his hand, and walk away. I also see a dead orc in the middle of the room. What just happened? Please tell me you're not going to eat me. Please tell me you're not going to eat me.
In common, I think. Oh, sorry, Catcho. My apologies. Jim Jar over here. He likes to play this little game anytime there's a new guest in our cell here. He puts a wager as to how long he thinks we're going to get out of here, and he was thinking 2 days. Catcho, I think you're pretty smart. You're pretty wise. I think you're going to lead us out of here. I said 1 day. I bet him a gold that you're going to lead us out of here in a day. Chains off. That was it. He's not going to eat you. You don't need to be afraid.
Geeks, you said it's pretty dark in our cell?
Yeah, it's definitely dim light. The only illumination you see is from some fungus growing on the ceiling, and a bit of torchlight coming from outside the cell.
Okay, I'm going to find a random object and cast the light cantrip on it.
Okay. What do you need? Do you need any objects for that, or is it you don't need a focus or anything?
So my focus is my tattoo, and it's verbal and a material, so I guess I don't have the material, unless my focus counts as that.
So focus does count as material for simple spells. That's kind of what the focus is there for. As long as the material doesn't have a value next to it, which I assume a cantrip doesn't. So you're going to pull your hands out, pull this arcane energy, and as you go to cast it, it fizzles.
I can't use my magic. Something's wrong with me.
Quechua, I'm gonna kind of lean out and say, you help us all get out of here. I'll split that 1 gold wager with you. So give you a little extra motivation to help us get out of here.
Oh, I need to get out of here. I need to find my things. Where? Do you know where they would take my things?
Keegan, since I've been here for
two people have been here the longest, which are Gertie and Six.
Six, yeah.
Yeah. Both make perception checks.
17.
13.
Okay. So Gertie, I will say that you have picked up on. You're a pretty sharp-dressed guy normally, I would say. Right now,
normally
not so much. You guys are in your underclothes. They're, especially people who've been here for 10 days, they're filthy. You ain't getting changes of clothes. But you have noticed that one of the Drow has been wearing one of your collared shirts, kind of large and poofy. You seem to recall Chandra, the mistress, kind of gloating with some of your more valuable possessions. You don't know exactly where they are, but you are under the assumption that the Drow are in possession of them.
And in possession, as in they've kind of spread them around and they're sort of wearing the clothes and stuff.
A little. I mean, it seems like Chandra is the one who had anything of value, but clothes-wise, yeah, you've seen one of Chandra's she has 2 Drow that seem to follow her around pretty closely, and the one without the scarred face seems to has been wearing your stuff.
So at Quechua's question, Gertie's going to say, well, listen, after about 10 days in here, I've kind of noticed that Mistress Chandra and her 2 Drow, they seem to be wearing them, holding on to them. When they come and go, I think they have them in their possession in some capacity. So I think if we can find them or see where they've been going, that could perhaps lead to the rest of our stuff.
And the mistress, do you know why she has us here?
I don't know exactly why she has us here, but
I think you say that in common. I will say this is a small room, so everybody's hearing this conversation. A red-haired, sturdy, dwarven woman is kind of going to lean forward and say, "They're taking us to Mezid Baron. They're going to make us their slaves. You just tell them we're done for. There's no coming out of this. I've heard of the stories of what they do to people there. They torture and kill them just for fun."
Yeah, at the mention of Menzo Baronson, no, we can't go there. We can't go there.
I've heard of the name, but I really don't know anything aside from just hearing torture and death and stuff, which sounds bad. But okay, let's not go there. I don't like it.
Mm-hmm.
Let's get out of here. I'm still going to look around the room at everybody in the room as best as I can. I want to find the largest, I guess, aside from the orc. I want to see just who looks sort of.
Yeah, as you scan the room, you see a Quaggoth sitting in the corner, but they have these like back jointed kneecaps, and they're like large, almost like a small bear, but like thinner and more muscular. Large claws, like a bear werewolf mix, is how I would describe Quaggoth. And it's sitting there, it's white fur, but it seems to be wearing a collar, and it's sitting quite like straight backed. And you could imagine that if it stood tall, and you've been here for 10 days, so you have seen it stand tall, and it would probably be around 8 feet. Like, it's, I would say between that, the Koato is quite large, but he's also quite plump. Between that and the turtle and the bald-headed monk, I assume. I think he's pretty big, eh?
He's not tall. He's thick, but he's not super tall.
Yeah, I would say those are the standouts of beefiness in the room.
I'm just going to look at Darendil, and I'm going to go, "Hey, Darendil."
Why, yes. Do you speak Elvish?
No.
You hear in... Does anybody speak Elvish?
I do.
And anyone who speaks Elvish would hear in a perfect, high-class nobility Elvish. "Are you trying to get my attention, sir?" And
yeah.
If you don't speak Elvish, you don't understand. He'd look at you and kind of cock his head and be... Is he trying to speak with me?
I was like, Darren, just like we've done for the last 10 days. Like, communicate with me. Lots of hand gestures.
Oh, for the love of God, he's trying to communicate you, but be quiet. I've never had a 4-day hangover before, and this is day number 4.
He's gonna look over at who is talking now. I guess that's Mutant.
Yeah.
And Mutant, do you speak Elvish? Can you communicate something for me?
Yes. What? What is it?
Okay. Tell him. And I'm gonna kind of scooch over to Mutant as close as I can. Say, ask him if he wants to get out.
And I'll say in Elvish, "Do you want to leave this place?"
Of course, I would love to see the famed forest of, Nelrindenven. Good D&D, man.
Yeah, he says he wants to leave.
Okay. Ask him. And I'm gonna sort of just pull out this rusty iron bar that I found, and I say, get him to pry off our cuffs, our links. See if he can just pry it off.
I'll look at Gertie directly in the eyes. I'll take this little pry bar, and I'm going to say to him, "Whisper, quieter," and I'll relay the message and hand the pry bar off.
Oh, I do attest violence. And he's going to look at you and please tell your friend. I do not want to end up like him. And he's going to point at the orc corpse on the ground. And he'll go to a whisper, mutant, and say like, if we have a chance, I would love to go for it, but I think now is not the best time. The mistress will be here shortly for our chores.
Eeks, have I ever heard of Nell Rindenvein? Like, is it in Faerun, or?
Make a history check. That's 17.
9. Cleric goes good.
So I'll relay back to Gertie. He says it might be wise to bide our time, and I am inclined to agree. Maybe come up with a more complete plan than just getting the chains off.
Yeah, I mean, I'm all ears. I'm all ears. Anybody got a plan? I'm happy. I've just been in for far too long. And he's gonna kind of look over at Six as well and say, "Yeah, same with this one. I think we all just want to get out of here."
How do we deal with the door?
Well, I think for the chores, they come in and bring us out for chores. So, I mean, we could somehow plan something around us all going out for chores, or I don't know, spitballing. I don't know.
It would probably be wisest to get everybody on the same page. Do this. If just one of us are acting in this regard, we are doomed to fail.
Okay, let's talk to the rest. Let's see if everybody's on the same page of getting out of here.
Eeks, what's the guard situation when we're doing our chores?
So as you are, the ones of you that have been sent out, you get sent out in small groups. They normally divide you in groups of 2 or 3, like different groups. And
okay.
There are guards throughout the outpost, but normally Mistress Chandra takes one group, and her 2 companions each take another. Like, each one takes one group. And that lasts, 8 hours of manual labor doing different tasks throughout the outpost.
Like, never a time where we're all out of the hell.
Well, you are all out, but in different areas of the outpost.
Like, even the NPC guys? Like, the entire...
As far as you know? Yeah, like, you normally don't see each other once you separate and they get taken out. But you are all out.
Eeks, are we always, in the dreams, was it always just the 6 of us, or were the NPCs in the dream as well, any of them?
So you've only had one dream, and
Right.
It was just the 6 of you. The people who have stayed longer, it's only been just the 6 of you. And it's been just the 6 of you from before Kachu was there.
So he's like the last person that kind of showed up, and we were like, "Hey."
Correct. You were kind of like, hey. So as you guys are kind of like talking with the Quaggoth, you hear from like the far corner, give it back! No, stop it! And the 2 smaller deep gnomes that they kind of seem to keep away from the Jimjar who was speaking with you. They start yelling in Undercommon, and the dwarven woman, again, backhands one of them and sends them sprawling against the wall in her chains. She hits him and he goes flying, and they're just yelling in Undercommon. People who understand Undercommon are going to say, she took our rations. We need it. And she's going to be yelling in Common, what are you doing? This is my food. Keep away from it. And they're going to be kind of like going back and forth, but like after the one got smoked by a backhand, the 2 little ones are now backing off. And during this, you see the small mushroom creature kind of like hopping around it, like and like circling behind the drow who's been sitting very quiet for these last few days, but it seems very agitated during all of this. You guys doing it?
DAG's just been looking terrified in the corner and not really saying much. But do we all get kind of daily rations then?
Yes, every morning there is a bowl of. It's awful. It's not great. You don't really know what it is. You know there's some sort of fungus in it.
Having a soft spot for gnomes, being a metal one myself, I'm just gonna silently walk over and give my rations to the little gnomes and walk back and sit back down.
They kind of run and they almost like follow you like a baby chick. Like these ones are like maybe 3 feet, and the two of them follow behind you, and they're like holding on to your metal arm, being like, thank you, in Undercommon, so you don't understand. And the dwarven woman is like, "What are you doing, giving it to them? They're rodents. You can't be helping these things. You give it to them once, they're gonna ask for it every day."
Fine, I don't need it.
In Dwarvish, Gertie's gonna say to the Dwarvish woman, say like, "Listen, we all need to get out of here, and having a few extra people around isn't a bad idea. So let's all work together so we can all get out. Worst case for you, they can maybe at one point become a distraction, but let's all work together."
Make a persuasion check.
Ooh.
There's just more mouths to feed. I mean, I do want to get back to Gontal Grim, and we got to get out of here. So.
Oh, you're from Gontal Grim? No kidding. I've heard really nice things. Let's get you back there. So.
Yeah, that's. We need to do something. And at that point, you guys are going to hear who's been here before, the familiar high heels of Mistress Chandra. Click, clacking. Click. She's not Nitaru running through the cave. Click, clacking across the stone floor with the other two that are flanking her are very silent. And you hear, "It is time to work, you worms. Come, line up, get in groups."
Do I notice any of my stuff or any stuff that I maybe had on me from the drow? Like Mistress Chandra's henchmen?
You would notice it. The one with the scar on his face has a scarf that was quite fond of yours.
Yeah.
Keeks, while these other conversations were going on, could I examine the manacles just to see, like, are these what are preventing my magic?
So, because you got a crit fail on the first inspection of manacles today, I'm gonna give you a day for it. A lot of the checks it allows people to do, but because there's so many people, it's like a once per day type of thing. Like if you can't just be like, I lockpick 375 times to get out of this cell. It's like
there goes Plan A. Fuck.
I also want to have a look at these, not from an Arcana standpoint, but for the possibility. How tight are they? Would I be able to slip my hand out?
Yeah, make an investigation check.
Oh, that's one of my best skills.
Well, investigate away, sir. 15.
All right.
With a 15, like, the drow are very good at what they do. And capturing prisoners and selling them to their slave city is high up on the list of things that they do. So it's their bread and butter. These cuffs are pretty tight.
Now I'm thinking, as a monk, I would probably have like a tolerance to pain and stuff like that, like the dislocation of my own thumb to get my hand out.
I would say anything is able to be tried, but it would be difficult. You notice that these are tightly around your wrists, and it would be difficult, but nothing is impossible if you just dream it.
Just think of Yagelis.
Yeah.
Yagelis would fuck it up for sure.
Yeah. What would Yagelis do?
Yeah.
WWE.
So as she yells at you guys, and she says, "Okay, now," and she'll say Torto, Cat, and shit, I forgot his name. Sareth, and she says it with a lot of
my proper race, but just disrespectful to say.
Torto, Cat, and then she says Sareth, and stares at the other drow in the cell. Bring your little pet along with you. You are cleaning the Quaggoth's pen with Jorlin. And the man without this or with the scars on his face is going to kind of put his head down and say, "All right, come with me. Let's go." And the other drow is going to say, "Yes, go clean the shit." This is all that was in under common, so anybody else will not understand that. And they are going to pull Quechua, 6, the drow, the mushroom, and the other small creature that I would say a lot of you wouldn't recognize. He's an older. He looks like a deep gnome, but a bit taller. And he has this white tuft of hair. The people who've been here a long time. He speaks with a soft voice, and he's friendlier, but still not a common race. So he's going to go with you guys. Bupido, yeah.
The Scar Drow took Quechua, 6, and Sareth.
The Scar Drow took Quechua, 6, Sareth, Bupido, and Stool. The little mushroom.
Bupido and Stool. Okay.
Okay. And then Mistress is going to say, "And with me," she's going to look around. "You interest me," and point at DAG. "And you are not a bad specimen." She's going to look at Gertie.
You really think so?
Do not speak back to me. And
Sorry.
That is your first warning. I'm gonna give you a warning. Don't do that again. You get venom from her eyes if you respond to her. And then she's gonna pull the 2 deep gnomes that follow, that were kind of as DAG started walking or rolling. Sorry, walking, right?
Yeah, walking. Yeah, bipedal.
As you begin to walk, the 2 deep gnomes were following you, and she says, you two as well, and dwarf, come with us. You will help our guards in the food hall. And she begins to lead you across a very rickety bridge into that central room in number 10. You go through this, and that room is a stalactite that's been hollowed out. And then you go across another very rickety bridge. But you watch as it's like those experts who do the log rolling. As she walks across the bridge, even in heels, she's incredibly stable. While you guys, that's all difficult terrain for you. And then you get to the other end, and then the rooms 3 and 2, mostly 3, is where you get brought to, which is a larger cavern that has a few tables with pantries and stores of food. And then the other drow without the scar is going to say, "I get the rest of you." So that's Hellfire, Mutin, Jim Jar, the little deep gnome, the fish person, the large Quaggoth, and he says, "We're doing the lifts today to bring supplies into the site." And you're going to follow, this is all kind of maybe 5-10 minutes apart, but you'll follow after that crew across the same guard bridge down to that same area, but you're actually going to number 5 where the lift that goes up and down is. And so the party is fully split at the moment, and we are going to have to do it that way. I'm going to keep everybody in chat, but remember what group you are in, and we're going to start. I'm just going to start with the top. So
before we all before Gertie leaves the room, I suppose, or before I guess Quechua leaves the room, whoever was the first one to leave.
Quechua, yep.
So if Quechua left first, Gertie's going to hopefully catch eyes with Quechua and give him a wink.
Okay.
That's all.
Okay. So as everybody kind of fans out and the scarred drow brings you to the north, you walk across tight to the rock wall. You see the kind of the face that drops off on your left. You see the spider webs down below. The smell hits you of just decay and just shit. The drow uses a key on his belt, opens up this large cage, and with a quick "Hey!" The two Quaggoths in the corner, who seem to have been devouring some sort of skeletal remains of a large creature, look, and then they slink back into the corner, and they're pushed up against the wall. And this room is like a negligent pet owner just left a dog to shit for weeks. It is corpses of large beasts and shit. And the first thing that the drow says, "All right, shackle these beasts to the back wall." And he's standing at the door, and he kind of pushes the 4 of you in? 5 of you? 5 of you in.
So you said it's myself, 6, Sarif, who is a drow, who was a captured drow.
He was a captured drow in the cell with you. Bufido.
Stool.
And Stool. So as you and Brady are the player characters in this room.
I'm assuming I've done something like this before, because...
Yeah, you might have been on shit duty before.
On shit duty? Okay.
This is probably the worst of the jobs.
I'm gonna kind of walk in and grumble about how I don't know how I keep getting put on this, and kind of walk up to them and try to do as he says and chain them to the back wall.
Okay. As you walk directly towards them, they go into like a cat about to pounce. And I need you to make an animal handling check as you begin to approach.
Oh boy. Nat 1.
Nat 1?
Nat 1.
Oh, you're getting munched.
Yeah. So as you do, the one reaches out for a slash. Jesus Christ, getting a 18 with +5, so 23. Yes. Okay, doing 5, doing 8 damage.
Oof, I am hurt. Okay.
Are you still up?
I don't know if this is gonna. I assume this isn't gonna work.
Okay. Sorry.
But Quechua is gonna run up and try to cure wounds instinctually.
Cure Wounds is a leveled spell.
Yep.
But you have your focus. You don't need anything else. Okay. The spell goes off. As that's happening, the other drow, the one that was captured, Sarah, runs up and goes, "You idiots!" And he hisses just like the drow originally did at the Quaggoths, and they immediately go into a defense, a cower stance. And he quickly, lightning fast, locks them, clips them both. He says, "What the hell are you doing? You'll kill yourself doing it this way." And the drow in the back is like, "What did the mistress say about not using spells? Turtle.
I'm sorry, I'm new.
Make a persuasion check.
Yo.
Oh, these rolls.
So, what he's going to do is he is going to say, that is no excuse. Oh, he got a nat 1. So he's going to go to hit you, and it's going to bounce off of your shell. And he's just like, and don't forget it. And you're gonna notice that like he immediately is not pleased with himself, and he's gonna kind of like back up, and he says, now the buckets are here, clean this shit up, dump it off the side into the pool. I will be watching. And he kind of takes a step back, and he walks back towards 11, and the 2 of you, or the 5 of you, are now kind of free. The Quaggoths are chained in the corner. You guys are all still chained together, but the chains are now, like, there is some give to them. Like, your hands can pull apart. They're just chained together. Do you guys do anything?
Sorry, did that spell work?
Spell worked?
Oh, sick. I'm going to cower in fear to try to not, like, because he seems kind of ashamed, but I'm going to cower in fear to try to give him some dignity.
Sounds good. And you see, like, he's like, yes, man, that is your first warning, and steps out. And this is the guy with the scar. So I'm gonna, like, this is like an 8-hour shift of shoveling shit into buckets, dropping it off the side into the water 50 feet below, and pulling out all of the meat and the stuff and throwing it as well. This is an 8-hour thing. Is there anything you guys want to do? Any conversations you want to have?
I guess I would kind of like try to get closer to Ketchu and be like, hey man, thanks. That did not go the way I thought it was going to go.
Well, it's my pleasure. I'm surprised my spell worked. I tried to cast a light spell in our cell and it didn't work. Are you able to use magic?
As you say that, that small, odd creature, Bupido, kind of is like right in between you and be like, ah! The Underdark is a mysterious place. The magic's that forces, and you see him kind of like staring up at the ceiling. They're always watching us. They allow what they allow. Anyways, get to shoveling, and you see him grabbing buckets of shit, and like he doesn't seem deterred by this being the worst job. He's like in it and throwing, and he's just going back and forth. And like you guys have freedom. Like when you walk out of the room, you see that the drow is closer, kind of leaning on the railing closer to your cell. So there's like 35 feet away from you that the actual drow are. But carry on.
Okay. After that little interaction with Bupido, I just kind of like look at you. No, I can't.
Okay. Well, I'm happy I was able to help you. How long have you been here?
10 days. Gertie and I were brought in together.
Oh, Gertie. He seems nice. I like his thoughts. He seems to want to get out of here, and that's what I'd like to do too.
For sure. He's a great guy. Chatty, but he's good.
Okay, so like
yes.
the Bupido is shoveling shit. What's Stool doing?
So Stool is kind of at this point just wandering around. Like he doesn't have arms, so he's pretty useless in the chore that he's been assigned. He sticks pretty close to Sereth. Sometimes he kind of goes up onto his shoulder, But Sereth is... He's tried to avoid the shit and is mostly going with like the carcasses, grabbing like the rib cages of these great beasts and chucking them off the side.
Okay, I'm gonna go up to him. Thank you for taking care of this Quaggoth. It's nice to meet you, and extend my claw.
He's gonna look down at your claw. It is not nice to meet you. Our situation is not ideal. Would you not agree?
I agree. I hope you'll forgive me for asking the obvious, but how did you end up in this situation like us?
Make a persuasion check. He sighs. My people do not tolerate error, and I was framed on one of my patrols for murdering my own. So they will treat me like the scum that you all are. I'm to be sold as a slave.
Can I make an insight?
Sure. Yeah, I mean, he Drow are very famous for having pretty straight face. Like, they're not... Yeah, and it's hard to read his face, and he seems to be telling the truth.
I'm gonna say, well, if that's true, and you're in the same situation as us, we could be common allies.
You should not trust me. And you should not trust anyone when you are in the Underdark. Shadows hide secrets and spies. I will do you this one kindness. I would step over your corpse for a small bit of freedom. But if using you to get that freedom, I'll help. And he kind of slyly smiles.
I think we understand each other. You know these people, you know this lookout, this camp. Do you know why my magic worked here but not in our cell?
You're only getting this because you got a 19. They ward their cells from any spells. But I will warn you, it would be... I've never seen a turtle go over the edge. If Chandra caught you casting a spell in her presence, she would not have just given you a slap on the shell.
I'm gonna push my luck. Are they able to tell if I'm casting a spell if they can't see me?
Do you believe they can't see you while you're in the cell?
I don't know what to believe.
Good. Keep it that way. And at that, the other drow with the scar on his face is going to come over to you and say, the mistress has asked you to do one more thing. Come with me. And he's going to pull the group of you back towards your cell. With the cell door open, he's going to say, dispose of this as well, and point at the orc. He's quite heavy. It'll need a few of you.
I'm assuming he's been picked over. He didn't die yesterday.
No, he's been dead for probably about 2 days now. He's been sitting in that cell, and the people who've been there for more than a few days would know that it was because he refused to do chores. he was stating that he was too proud, and Mr. Chandra just literally straight like a rapier, straight through the heart, and he dropped.
I guess I would like kind of saddle up to him and grab like an ankle or both ankles, and just kind of like look at the other guys and be like, "Come on, come on."
I'll follow Six's lead and kind of contributing basically nothing, trying to lift, but try to get myself beside Six and kind of whisper, "Who is this? What happened to him?"
His name was Ront. His pride killed him. He refused to do anything. Said it was beneath him. And I guess I would refer to her as the mistress. That's all really she's been referred to as.
I mean, she's introduced herself as Mistress Chandra, but mistress is a common way that people say her name.
It feels weird just to call her that, even if we don't like her. But the mistress did not take well to that.
I assume the 5 of us are able to lift her, assuming the NPCs help.
Yep. Yeah, they, I mean, everybody except Stool. They help, and they begin to, like, walk towards the edge. 1, 2. Better not.
2.
I'm going to try to say a little prayer as we're doing it. Kind of bless the dead sort of thing.
What do you say? Bless this mess?
No. Just going to say, please, Denier, please bless this soul.
Okay. And you watch as it goes tumbling down, and then about 20 feet below. It's difficult to see the spider webs, but you do see them as they kind of come up the walls as well, and it bounces and springs, and the corpse just hits the spider webs. And then you're sent back for shit duty. So I'm going to jump to the other group. We're going to do the lift group. So, as Hellfire and Mutin, Jimjar and Shushar, Shushar, and Darendil are all led across the bridge down kind of past, and I would say that as you guys are walking in that area of number 4 and number 3, you would see that Mistress Chandra had brought them into this like food hall at number 3, so you would see that there's people in there, but you're brought past in between those 2 number 4s, and yeah, the 2 number 4 stalactites, and brought to the lift.
After walking there, I kind of want to just keep track of any other Drow that I noticed just on the route. I'm just trying to get like numbers in my head of how many I think are here.
Make a perception check. Okay. It is difficult to say. I would say that other than the 2 Drow that stay close to Chandra, the rest of them seem to wear very similar uniforms, so you're not sure if you're doubling back on the same Drow, but you've noticed that there's more than 8. Not sure how many more. As you get to the lift, the Drow says in common, "I need at least 2 of you up the top here," and he looks at the Quaggoth and says, "You would do fine." The 2 of you would do fine as well. Looking at Mutin and Hellfire, the rest of you need to go down and load supplies. I'd like you to continue doing that till I tell you to stop. And he walks into one of the number 4s. Closes the door behind him. The lift is there. It's a mechanical lift that requires 2 people to use a pulley system, and the actual cage, it could take 4 people comfortably, more would be a tight squeeze, and it goes down. And the people who have done this before, Mutin and Hellfire, how long have you been here for?
4 days.
Days.
So, Mutin, you probably have seen this or used this once or twice. And it goes down to the bottom, which is where the waterfall has this like pool of water, and other drow groups that come in will leave supplies at the bottom. You need to load up the winch, send it back up, leave it on the platform for them to bring into the pantry, weapons, whatever. There is a drow at the bottom currently. So who's staying at the top with the Quaggoth? Because he does specifically say that Darendel should stay at the top. And who's going down?
I could stay at the top.
Okay.
Are there any other drow at the top? Other than who are in that hall?
You see drow in the hall, but you don't see any that are like specifically standing next to you or anything. Like nobody, as far as you know, nobody's watching you.
I'll say, I'm a old man, I think it'd be better if I didn't risk losing my balance on that dangerous lift. I'll stay up here.
I wouldn't want you to throw out your back, lifting the lift up, but
What did you say?
Oh, nothing. I'll go down.
Respect your elders, young man.
Nothing but respect, sir.
I bet you we can do it. And he's looking down into the darkness. Little Jim Jar is looking down into the darkness at the bottom, and he sees like the boxes of stuff. I bet you we can do it in 4 trips. 4 trips. 1 silver, 4 trips. Anybody beat that?
Nothing to bet with.
Yeah, I mean, I keep track. I'm a good man. I'll pay my dues. I don't have any gold right now, but once we're free.
How about a good drink? I'll bet you a good drink. We can do it in 5.
Drink. Wait, you sure you don't want coin?
No.
Done. 5? So I owe you a good drink if we do it in 4. You owe me a good drink if we do it in 5. Done. Okay. And you guys go off, and you start riding this rickety lift down. It sways, and at this point you're going to see the spider web. You kind of go through a large hole in the center of the spider web. You don't disturb it, but you do go past it. And Hellfire. So, Mutin, you're up there with the Quaggoth, who just is kind of quietly doing his job. And Hellfire, you are going down the lift with Jim Jar and the Koatoa.
Koatoa?
Kind of looks at you. He keeps to himself a lot, but he's sitting there just humming to himself as you go down this lift.
I'm literally bottom while I'm doing.
Okay. And so as the two of you just sit in silence, Jim Jar's like, wait, what do you guys... And you don't speak undercommon health? Or no, you do. So you understand Jim Jar. What are you guys doing? We're just sitting here? You don't want in on that action? 4, 5, 6, 7? How many trips?
Do you think you're better off saving your energy?
Oh, I got energy to spare, buddy.
Do you?
What's that mean?
Do you really?
I think so. Never been. My mother always said I had a lot of energy.
Guess I can kind of tell that, but I mean, I prefer to save my energy for when it's really needed.
you got to keep your mind going, or else the dark thoughts come in.
What dark thoughts?
Oh, this ain't the friendliest place, but as long as we got something to look forward to and a little coin to be ready for, hey, it's not too bad. And that's what I'm saying. What do you think? I bet you the fish guy can carry more boxes than you. 2 silver.
No.
All right then. And as the lift lands at the bottom, you see a drow that seems to be in full, almost like a ranger's gear, and he has this cart that has been left at the bottom, bunch of boxes, bunch of crates, and he says, "Fill the lift up. Do it as quickly as you can now." And as you look around, it's a cave that has 3 exits. You have one to the north, one to the west, one to the south, and you have a pool of water at the bottom, like kind of off to the east. And that's where the waterfall seems to create this like constant pool.
Okay. And like the water rushing in, right? Because I was kind of picturing in my head, like, is this like a dock? But it's clearly not a dock. Like, they cart stuff in. They don't boat stuff.
Correct. It's like a standing pool of water that must have some outlet that is not visible to where you are right now. It's just a waterfall that comes down the cliff face, hits the ground, and creates this large pool. It doesn't have like visible rivers extending in either direction or anything like that.
Well, I guess I would, not wanting to cause any trouble, would start going about the task. Just as we're doing it, I would reach out to Jim Jar and just be like, hey, little fella, how often do these supplies get brought in?
I think they come in every few days. Why, you want to bet? You want to bet on the next one?
Oh, no, just making conversation.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, they seem to get a lot of stuff coming from everywhere. Underdark's a dangerous place. But, And he kind of looks at the drow and then just begins to pick up boxes and go. Mutant, are you doing anything up at the top of the lift while you're up there with Darendil?
Yeah, I'll be chatting with Darendil, and basically I want to try and convince him that escape is definitely the way to go, or at least attempted to escape.
Well, what do you want to say?
Listen, you seemed a little squeamish earlier when it came to the thought of escape. What are your feelings about an attempt?
Well, I do not feel. And he kind of lowers his voice as you guys are pretty close to each other, and there's the sound of the water and the lifting. Escape would be wonderful. I'm being careful as we do not know where and when our hosts are going to be around. And he's just looking around. And you speak Elvish?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, he's speaking in perfect Elvish.
Well, I think the time for an attempt might be coming soon. Get everybody on the same page. Maybe get a few more supplies in with this. Small thing. Might benefit us in a full-scale escape.
I am always ready to help as long as it doesn't gets me to the surface. And he is a muscular creature. His body is keeping up with you, if not overpassing you, as you guys are winching these guys back up on their first trip. He says, I can aid you in endeavors. But I will not be the first to disobey our hosts.
That is fine. You seem plenty strong. What other skills do you possess that might aid us in such an endeavor?
Well, I know how to keep court. I am great at mathematics, and I was quite excellent in the culinary arts.
Culinary arts, you say?
Yes.
What do you know about foraging?
On the surface, plenty. This is an unknown domain to me.
The Dark possesses many mushroom things that look rather undesirable to eat.
I have seen these funguses, but they are not my specialty. The high forest provided all that I needed.
I'm thinking more along the lines of possibly creating poisons, underhanded things that aid in our escape.
Oh, that is he says, like he genuinely seems confused. He's like, I would never create a poison. I am Prince Darendil III. I would never do something like that.
Well, looks like the only thing we can rely on then perhaps is your strength, so don't worry about making the first move, but it would be certainly appreciated if you follow suit at the time.
Yep. If I no offense, but if I see it as an opportunity, I would gladly stick together and use whatever abilities I can to help us all. But it is a dangerous time, and I do have to look out for myself. So,
of course.
Okay. Hellfire. So the rest of you, do you guys have anything else to say as you spend your day doing these trips back and forth?
One thing I want to do while I'm down at the bottom is I want to attempt to see if I can tell like where the cart tracks are coming from, or if there is any cart tracks, just to make out like which way the supplies come in out of the pathways.
Okay. Make a perception check.
Perception. That won't do it.
That will not do it. Or maybe it will. Maybe it won't. No, I'm too late. I was gonna say, like, I was gonna give you a direction, but it would have been the wrong direction. But now that you know it's a 1, it's like
I'm gonna go the opposite way.
Yeah, you'll get just as much information. You'll get just as much information by me giving you a direction. So I give you no direction.
Okay. Other things I want to do are like, is it like open crates? Can I like see what the supplies are, or is everything like boxed up?
They are boxed up to some extent, but they have lids.
There's only one drow down here?
There's one drow.
I'm gonna try to peek in some stuff.
Okay, you want to peek into a crate?
I want to peek into a crate.
Okay, make a sleight of hand. Oh, sorry, are you just opening a crate and be like, hey, let me look at this crate?
Rolled it. But yeah, I was gonna try to casual, or I'm trying to hide it.
Okay. Okay. You're trying to hide it. That's what I figured.
I'm not, but I'm trying.
Yeah, unfortunately you are not. So at that, the drow says, "What are you doing, scum? That is for the mistress." And he pulls out his sword, goes for a stab. Let me just... I didn't expect you to do something so foolish. Oh. Okay, does a... Math is hard. Does a 20 hit?
Easily.
Okay. You're going to take 6 piercing damage. And actually with that, are you still up?
That I'm up.
Okay. Yeah, they won't be a poison-coated blade. So you're going to take 6 piercing damage, and he's going to say, if you do that again, I will take your hand. Do you respond?
And remain silent and nod and close the... I even got it open.
You did not. 7. So we gotta remember that it's level 1 D&D. So with the 7, you got it open, and you saw a faint bit of steel. Not sure what, but you saw some metal.
Like, I got it open, I was just very bad at hiding it. So I got a quick peek before I got stabbed.
Yeah, and then you got a good stabbing. Okay. Anything else?
I think I better not push it, so I'm just gonna...
Okay. So, I'm saying anything else for the 8 hours. So you're gonna do multiple trips up and down. You'll have chances to speak with Mutant as well as the Quaggoth when you get up to the top to unload, or not unload, but you're gonna leave the crates in the room 4, and I will say that as you go in and out of the room 4, it seems to be some sort of barracks, but it's pretty nice. But there is a drow in there, and that's actually the drow that brought you over there, the one without the scar on his face. And he's watching you like a hawk as you bring in the crates, put them on the ground, then leave. You're going to be doing that for 8 hours, and if you guys have nothing else that you want to discuss amongst yourselves during that 8 hours, I'm going to roll for the amount of trips it made to see if Jim Jar was right.
I don't know if you have anything to say to me, but I was going to say we should, one of your trips up, I'm going to say we should maybe try to secure things that are easy to hide while we're doing these trips. I think the top of the lift is probably the time to do it.
I'm gonna mention to him, oh, I tried, and kind of show him where I'm bleeding.
That's because you chose the bottom of the lift. Probably the worst spot.
I mean, whatever's up here, feel free to take a peek.
The crates are going past you.
As I'm picking up one of the crates, can I just kind of try to squeeze the wood to see if I can break off a few splinters, like good size ones, a couple inches long?
Make a sleight of hand check. 13? Yeah, you managed to pull out 2 good size splinters of wood. I would say 4 to 6 inch pieces of wood that are sturdy. You've ripped off the side of these crates and don't seem to get the attention of anyone.
And can I tell what's in any of these crates, or are they just completely closed up?
The crates are closed up. You may attempt to open them if you'd like.
I mean, I would like to do the typical getting ready for Christmas maneuver, where as I'm walking, I'm giving it a little bit of a shaky shake. Try to identify what's inside.
So I will say that amongst the... Let me roll how many trips you make. No, the boxes and trips are 2 different things. So amongst the, maybe dozen boxes you bring up, you feel that the majority of them are pretty heavy and you hear some clanking, while a minority of them are a little lighter. Doesn't feel like a clanking. Maybe something's rolling around. But that's all you get.
Okay. I'm going to try and convey to Darendil on one of my trips that he should stay, and there might be a distraction incoming where he might want to try and get something out of one of the boxes. that has something metallic in it.
Like theft? No, that. I apologize, sir, but that is not my specialty. I
won't
not,
steal from your own slaver.
I'm all thumbs. I'm not very good at this. I apologize, but I'm quite out of my depth in trying to saboteur. Is that the word?
God, you better be strong. And maybe I'll try to relay that to Hellfire if he's willing to go through a box at the top of the lift while we're doing the exchange. I mean, I'm gonna try and put myself in the line of danger.
Okay, so at the top, so I'm looking at the overtop view. So we go down to the big open part with the 3 paths. And lift brings us up, and we sit in between the number 4s.
Yeah, sit in between the 2 number 4s and the number 2s. And number 3 is there, but it's behind the stalactite there.
And
I'm gonna let you guys. Sorry.
The drow that brought us here is inside one of the number 4s.
He's in the left number 4. Yeah.
At the open eye.
Door is open, and he's been sitting in there. The door looks open on the right number 4, and down further, which is number 1 technically, which looks like that little circle. You've seen a drow like open and close the door there.
I'm gonna carry one of those crates over into that room, and as I'm kind of crossing the threshold right in front of the drow that brought us over here, I'm gonna basically fall and drop my crate and make a big kind of distraction. While that's going on, Hellfire's going to see if he can't find something small within the crates that he can kind of smuggle back to our cell. Something maybe lock key or shackle removey or get us free.
Go nuts. So, as that's what you're doing, as you walk in with one of the heavier or the lighter crates?
I think a heavier to sell it.
Okay. As you walk in with one of the heavier crates, I'd like you to make a deception check as you trip, and you can describe how it falls.
Can I do an acrobatics check instead of a deception check?
Mm-mm.
Son of a bitch.
Performance. See how he sells it.
Yeah.
It's deception. You're faking.
I can see what it is.
That's an 18, buddy.
Nice.
Okay. So as you fall, you watch as this crate hits the ground. Why am I getting a bunch of phone calls?
I assume you say, "Oh no, I fell."
Like, I'm just an old man. My back's sore. My bones are aching. I don't quite know where I am. I didn't take my meds today.
What is this? And he stands up.
I am so sorry.
Immediately, like sword out, ready, and then he looks and he's like pitiful, and the box crashes open, and there is about 12 short swords, about 12 daggers, 6 pairs of cuffs, the type that you guys are wearing, and a thing of scale mail, and you do see one set of keys. So as that all is thrown across the ground, and he pulls his sword, and he's pissed, but he kind of like buys it for a second as the old man like goes down. He's like, pitiful, and he sheaths his sword. Clean this mess up.
Absolutely. And I'll kind of frantically move my hands over the mess, and as my hand moves across the keys, I'm going to try and like palm it, like get that in my hand, and I'll do a sleight of hand for that.
Absolutely, you will. I haven't seen the roll. I just heard the
Oh, me
sound you made. What'd you get? Oh.
7.
Oh no. Okay, so at that, he says, "You dare try to steal from me?" And he. Oh, that's actually pretty bad. That's 15.
Does not hit.
Does not hit. I don't know if that's good or bad.
And that not hit, can I just kind of be like as I'm like rolling around, just kind of like faint, like that my dodge, just like as I make it look like all clumsy and old and feeble, but for some reason he can't hit me.
I'll carry your 18 deception because that's what you roll a 19. So I will say that, and he's gonna say like, "I said clean this up, and I am watching you, old man."
Of course.
And he's like snapping his fingers at the Koatoa and Hellfire. He's like, "Help him quickly!" And he is like standing over you guys at this point now.
Yeah, I might have misunderstood the plan, because I thought I would be at like a spot where he's distracting him and I'm like outside the room going through a different crate.
That's what I thought too. Or did that all just happen too fast for that to work?
Nope. I mean, if your plan was to be going through a crate outside in the
while that
entranceway,
was happening is when I was trying to quietly open up a crate and see what's in there and try to grab something.
you can make a sleight of hand at advantage.
Do for a good roll. Good. That'll do.
18.
Nice.
The crate opens. This one you see links of rope. You see rations, some sort of spiky fruit, and you see a leather satchel, probably about palm-sized. You don't have much time. What do you do?
Snagging the satchel and I'm gonna throw it in my pants.
What part of your pants?
Right in the crotch.
Poor choice. They love crotches. Okay, so as you grab the satchel, you quickly stuff it down your pants. And then like seconds later you hear, "Get in here, help us clean this up." And you get pulled in. And I think at that, we're going to play out the rest of the day. You guys are very lucky you didn't get murdered. And the final group... You did. The final group with Mistress Chandra. So, DAG and Gertie, followed by... Wait, did I... followed by the two little deep gnomes and the female dwarf, are led into hall number 3, where you see 4 drow eating around a table. And Chandra walks in, and as she does, they all kind of like bow their head in respect. And she says, "I have brought your servers. Make sure they are well behaved. And some of them are quite interesting." And she kind of like is eyeing Gertie and DAG up pretty heavily. And she says, "Bring out anything they ask. Do anything they ask. And that will please me." And she kind of walks back out, and you would see her walk across a short bridge into that area that says like 6 to 8. And you guys are left in this like kitchen style room, almost like a mess hall that has a pantry with a small kind of area to prepare meals, and then the table, like 3 tables, but just one table has 4 drow sitting around it. And as she leaves, they go, "Go on, bring us the stews."
As we walked over here, did we go through that room 10, or do we kind of walk? Is there like a walkway outside it?
You go through the room 10.
And what is room 10?
So as you're like going through the actual room, so it's connected to rope bridge to the slave pen and the walkway alongside. It serves as an observatory, guard hall. You see drow kind of sitting around, some small chairs, tables. There's spider silk webbing where equipment is being hung. But there are 2 drow sitting in there pretty much every time you've been through in the past. There is a ladder. Sorry, there is a ladder in number 10 that goes up to an area above it, and you've never seen up there. You see the cross sections of all the rooms, so you can see that there is some depth to some of the rooms. But
as we were just walking to the food hall, I'm sure I've kind of been down this way before, but would I get a sense of, because again, I'm assuming I'd be looking for my possessions. So do I get a sense of where my arcane focus might be based on my...
Make an Arcana check, because I know what you mean.
Yeah. Not great.
You have a presence, you have a feeling that it is nearby. With that, it's in the vicinity, but you don't know. You're not getting a hotter, colder type vibe.
Right. Okay.
I think there's something about being in those cells that reduce your abilities. So it's like you get a breath of fresh air when you leave the cells, but it's still not. You're not back to your full potential.
Okay.
So at that, the drows kind of snap and say, "Get us the stews," and the 2 little like gnomes kind of run over towards the kitchen. What do you guys do?
I just follow right after the little gnomes.
Yeah, Gertie will do the same.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. As you are walking by, the one drow will stop you, DAG, and go, "What the hell are you?"
I'm an auto gnome.
An auto gnome, and
That's
that
what
is
the master calls me.
you have feelings, and you see him take his dagger out, and he kind of like pokes it into the side of your metal, and just not like abruptly, but just slowly pushes it into the side of you.
I mean, I have a pretty solid exterior, but can you not? It could still go through.
Interesting. That is interesting. And you just you do whatever we tell you to.
I guess since yes. I was created to serve and help. Normally that's for my master, but I guess you're my masters now.
Excellent. Well, get us all a stew, and yes, make sure it's nice and warm, please. Help the little robot. He says to Gertie. Actually, I'll say help the little automaton. Robot's not a word they use.
Okay. So,
yeah, when I get to the food prep area, are there like chef's tools or cook's utensils?
Yep, it's a kitchen. It's like a kitchen / pantry. There's a little fire that is cooking a large pot of stew. There's different root vegetables, and not as much for you, but for Gertie and Edith, the dwarf, and the 2 deep gnomes. Like, the smell of this room is so much better than like what you could have ever imagined, especially you being gone for 10 days, Gertie. Like,
Yeah.
the food you've been eating is trash. And you've been eating the same thing
Yeah.
like the Quaggoths have been eating. Probably worse, to be honest.
Okay.
So, there's a little bit of a temptation there.
Because I heard him say that he wants it like as soon as possible and warm, I'm gonna pick up 2 bowls, ladle in some stew, and not rush, but I'll just one in each hand. I'll bring it over to two of the Drow, not the guy who's talking though. I'm gonna bring it to like 2 of the other that are sitting at the table, expecting DAG to bring the other 2 to the guy that was talking to him, or the other people that were in there.
So you see that the 2 deep gnomes have immediately went to like stoking the fire underneath, and the female dwarf is chopping up some root vegetables. There's like a little shitty kitchen knife sitting there, and she seems to be adding stuff to the stew. So DAG, are you bringing 2 other bowls, or?
I'm bringing 2 other bowls and some sort of kitchen implement, whether it's like a ladle or whatever's kind of sitting around. Big spoon.
Okay.
If there's anything like that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. There's like a full station of scoops and spoons and forks and sporks. And as you bring it back, the Drow says, "Can you do like a fun little dance for us?"
Sure. And I'm gonna start doing a weird little dance and hold the ladle or spoon or whatever I have up in the air and kind of hold it up like this and swallow it like a sword swallower from like the fair.
Make a performance check. Okay, with a 16, you deep throat the spoon.
And for this might be a DM ruling, but I see like similar to like FCG, I guess, just having like kind of an open container, like where my stomach / esophagus would be.
Yeah, open to an extent. There might be a difficulty retrieving, but
yeah, not like a portable hole, but
yeah.
You know what I'm saying.
Yeah. So the utensil goes down, and they all kind of like look. I like you. We should keep you around. And at that, you hear the same high heels enter in, and they all kind of bow. And one of the people at the table kind of steps up and goes to the other table as Mistress Chandra sits down at the table and says, "Now, what are you all gawking at?" And the one guy goes, the little automaton, he did a dance. Did you know he could do dances?" And she says, he is a interesting creature. Does he... What else can he do? Do something that excites me.
I mean, I'm a tinkerer, but I can't really do much without tools. Sorry, I aim to please. What are you looking for?
I don't know. Can you disattach, take off your foot or something? Can you get taller? Can you... I've never really captured an automaton before.
I'm good at assisting with alchemy. That's a lot of what I help my master with. But other than that, I didn't really get out much. I'm sorry, this is my first time outside, and no offense, but this sucks.
You bore me. Go back to the kitchen.
Okay.
And as she sends you away, she looks to you, Gertie, who's kind of standing there. She says, what about you? Can you do anything fun?
Well, I mean, you've asked me this before. I could try something new. This isn't our first time around the block, but what would you like to see today, mistress?
You seem like a... Can you do magic tricks?
Perhaps, but I know you've forbidden magic, so I tend to stay away from that down in here. So
I don't see you being able to do something that would worry me in my presence. And you see her kind of like conjure flame in her hand, and it kind of like rolls between her fingertips.
As she does that, and after kind of getting a bit of approval, Gertie, looking at her, is going
Fireball.
to bring up 2 fingers, and as she's conjuring flame between her 2 fingers, I'm going to what's it called? It's called Control Flames, and I'm going to take that fireball in her hand, and I'm going to cause it to create a simple shape, and I'm going to try and create a fire version of DAG, so that now she's got DAG in her hand, just kind of going.
Make an Arcana check.
11.
Still D&D level 1, so I'm going to be kind. With an 11, you watch as this flame kind of like shows a rough outline of DAG, and she looks, and it's kind of like, what does it do? Is it doing anything?
It's doing the same sort of dance that he just saw DAG do with the ladle, kind of going,
What does it do? So at that, you see her smile. It's not something she does very often, that's for sure. And she says, "That is interesting," as she stares at the tiny DAG in her hand, and she says, And then she closes her hand and snuffs it out, like it goes out instantly. She goes,
Gertie's bow. She's gonna bow a couple times.
I might have to keep the 2 of you around when we sell the rest of them to the city. Well, bring me a bowl and make yourselves useful, and chop any of the root vegetables that are lying around. Make sure everything's prepped in containers. We need to make stew for tomorrow. And she sits there for a little while as you guys get sent back to the kitchen, where there's like multiple little knives and cutting boards. She's still sitting not too far from you. But what do you do, as this will take a bit of time, as your kind of job for the day of prepping and cleaning and preparing the kitchen?
I think Gertie, after being down here for as long as he can and having seen a smile off Mistress Chandra, he's going to kind of just ask, Mistress Chandra, the stew here you have is quite a lot, and I've been down here for some time, and, provided DAG and I provided somewhat of a pleasant time. Would you care to just allow just a very small portion of the stew, just for myself and DAG? It just smells so amazing, and the stuff that we've been getting in the cell.
So I'm gonna need you to make a persuasion check.
Okay. 18.
You're so fucking lucky. You're almost about to get. You were almost gonna get blasted for talking to her without being asked a question. Like, not the fact that you asked for something, but just the fact that you had the balls to talk to her. But with an 18, finish the day without incidents, and maybe I will give you some scraps.
See why you are the one in charge around here. Thank you. Appreciate it. And he's going to return back to kind of cutting up, prepping, doing his thing.
Okay. So, you have... It's kind of like 8 hours. She's going to eat her stew, and then she's going to leave. but the other 3 drow, there's going to be 4 drow in there, and they're going to kind of cycle in with another 4 drow that switch out with her. None of those 4 being the 2 that you see with Mistress Chandra. So during your shift, are you guys doing anything? You have the 2 little deep gnomes and the dwarf with you in the kitchen.
So as we're kind of just working away, I'm gonna just kind of saddle up beside DAG a little bit. I'm like, Dag, do I call you Dag? DAG? I don't know what to call you. What?
Normally, my master called me DAG, but Dag works too, I guess. It's kind of lazy, but yeah, go for it.
You know, do you have any ideas? Did you see anything around here? Have you been in the cupboards? Like, is there anything we can use to our advantage around here?
Maybe we shouldn't talk here, just in case, the drought. See, but
sure.
I swallowed that spoon for a reason.
Very good. And I think as we're kind of just going about our prepping and stuff, I'm going to wait, Keegan, until one of the switches that happens between the drow and as they're kind of cycling in, cycling out, Dirty's going to sort of like just be doing his regular stuff, but he's going to like reach for something in like a low cupboard or a low pantry. So he's kind of maybe obscured behind something. And I'm going to try and cast Message to Quechua. I don't know if it can reach, but I'm going to try.
Oh, do you have your focus?
No, my focus is it's not on me.
Yeah, so because it has material components.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, so without your focus, you can't cast that.
Oh, okay, well then, disregard.
I have. So, anything else you guys want to do in the kitchen there?
I'm going to ask one of the guards if they could ask Mistress Chandra if I can be more efficient in the kitchen by use of a spell. If it wouldn't be,
make a persuasion check.
Okay. Okay.
God damn it! This is another one where if you failed that, you were gonna get stabbed because you don't like these drow do not like you talking to them. I don't know how you managed to pass.
So charming.
He is so damn charming. So with that, the drow is going to say, "Why do you need to cast a spell? What?"
It's essentially a little helper. It just kind of sits beside me, and it just helps prep and cook food, and it's that's all it is. It's nothing. You can stand here and watch, perhaps, if you would like, but it's no ill intent. It's simply just to make this work more efficient. Just permission. That's all I'm looking for.
Just permission? You don't. Nothing else?
Okay. Yeah.
I will be right back.
Okay.
He seems to walk out. A few moments later, he comes back. Chandra has said it is all right. If you wish to create a helper, I would say that cleaning the floors would also be helpful. So, whatever this creature or conjuration you tend to do, but I am watching you, he says.
Okay. Perfect. I will cast Mage Hand, but just for flavor, I'm going to cast it as a Ratatouille lookalike with a little hat, and he's just going to be in the kitchen. And basically, I'm going to say to the dwarf female, I'm going to say, sorry, excuse me, I'm going to have it, and the Mage Hand is just going to pick up that little knife there and just start just chopping up some veggies and stuff to put in the stew.
Okay, so after a short little while, and you're kind of like chopping and helping, you're going to. I don't know the exact connection between you and the mage hand, but you're gonna feel this like pull on the mage hand, and you're gonna look over, and one of the deep gnomes has the rat in his hands, and he's like about to take a bite out of the side of him, and he's like, ah! as you look over and see this, what do you do?
I was like, hey, no, drop it, no.
and you don't speak Undercommon, right?
I do, yes.
You do speak Undercommon. He's like,
I do. Yeah.
I'm so hungry. Please.
Okay, and I'm gonna go closer to him and I say, just drop it. Listen, if we're good on this, you smell this, you see the stew. I've asked Mistress Chandra to perhaps give us all a portion of this stew, so just don't do anything that's drastic. Just be good. Just be good, and we might get some stew. Okay.
Okay.
Put it down. Put it down. Put it
puts
down.
the rat down on the table.
Thank you.
And the dwarf at this point is going to look over and be like, "Why would you even give them a thing? They're animals. They're no better than the little rat you conjured."
Gertie's going to talk to the female dwarf and just say, What happened before I came here? What is it that you have against these deep gnomes? Did they do something to you previously, or?
My family has traded with Blingdenstone for years, but they're filthy creatures. There's a reason they live on down here, and it's the society is different. How long have you been down here? Do you not realize that everything is awful? They lie, they cheat, they stab each other, they eat each other.
But and you said these gnomes here are from down here, so they would have perhaps a better understanding.
Can't you tell by their color? And she's speaking in common at this point, and the two deep gnomes seem to be confused.
I was just about to ask if you're speaking in common, because at that remark to the gnomes, DAG would turn to who's been quiet, he's only spoken when spoken to kind of thing, is going to turn to the dwarf and say, "The only jerk down here I've heard so far is you. That is enough."
What? I don't even know what you are, if you're a hammer or a tool or a... But anyways, and she's going to just kind of disregard you and look back at Gertie and say, I've dealt with these things before, and there's no trusting them, there's no reasoning with them. All they do is sow havoc.
Interesting. Well, you know what? I feel like they could be quite valuable for us in some of their natural environment, perhaps, as we find ourselves in. Do you not agree?
Well, I think Blingdenstone is probably the closest connection, or the best connection to the surface, as this is really close to Gauntlgrim, but I still can't trust them as far as I can throw them. And I'll tell you what, I could throw them pretty far.
Well, I'll tell you what. You work with me here. Let's see if they can help us, all of us, get out of here with their knowledge of the Underdark. And now I'm kind of back to a whisper in Dwarvish with her, saying, help me, just get some information out of them. Perhaps they know these tunnels, these caves, ways out, the traveled areas. They might be a little bit more useful than you think. What do you think? You help me out?
I will go along with whatever you say, but if it gets us out of here, man, I will hold my hand, but trusting them is probably a step too far.
Okay, well, you leave that trust part to me, and we'll go from there.
So, is there anything else you guys want to do in your work session?
I think basically all I'm going to try and do is at the very end of the work session, I think I want to take the little knife and I'm going to try and use the mage hand to put it in one of the little deep gnome's pockets. I'm just try and go and slip it in the back pocket, or like in the back of like a trouser. And I'm gonna tell them ahead of time. I'm gonna say, no one would expect you. Small, just go with it. Bring this back.
Persuasion check. It hasn't shown up yet.
Oh, it's 11.
With an 11? No, I won't do it. I won't take a knife.
Listen,
No.
I'm the only one. I'm the only one around here.
No. And the one starts covering her ears, and the brother goes, "Leave my sister alone!" And they start yelling, and all the drow begin to be like, "What's going on over there?" And they start walking towards.
I'll just look at the drow and say, "Listen, I've just been trying to help these two out, and they are, as you can tell, a little bit of a handful. So my apologies. I can deal with them, and I'll turn back around and just be like, shut it down. The drow say, "Well, no more out of you. We're trying to enjoy our break." Yeah, my apologies again. Sorry. Please enjoy. And I'll bring them over the extra scoop of soup.
Okay. Yeah, the deep gnomes want nothing to do with you using them to smuggle things.
And from what I've seen or heard, like they've only spoken this Undercommon.
Yeah, they only speak in Undercommon.
Okay. Well,
but you would probably pick up. I don't know if you were picking up on how they were saying, but like you would pick up on their reaction to Gertie talking to them, and then them like screaming and like holding themselves back and be like, "No!"
I speak Gnomish, but not Undercommon, so I get the gist. But I won't say to them what I was going to say to them then.
I'll just turn around to DAG and say, "DAG, I think we should try and get this little paring knife back with us if we can. What do you think? Bad idea? Good idea?"
Sure, put it in your butt.
Yeah. I think, yep, Gertie's gonna just tuck it under his belt now.
Keister it?
Yep. Well, no, he's not gonna keister it, but, he'll...
You're sleight of handing it?
I suppose so.
Sleight of hand away?
And the only reason I didn't offer is because I just saw the gnomes freak out about something you did. So I'm a little suspicious.
It's 14.
14?
Yeah.
What do you do with the knife?
So my mage hand is going to kind of just, the little rat's going to kind of run over and just try and like hop on to me and sort of like just try and tuck it into my back, sort of, I don't know, if it's some sort of sash or cloak that I'm wearing.
So as he tucks it in, the drow are going to look over. "Stew's good tonight." And then look back.
Fantastic. I'm glad you're enjoying. Yeah, we got the best here. He's going to look at DAG, he'll look at the two deep gnomes and the dwarf, say, "Only the finest here this evening. Just here for your pleasure."
And so the one drow... What'd you say, Dubes?
Wink, wink.
As the one drow stands up and leaves, a few moments later, Chandra comes back, and this is kind of towards the end of your 8-hour shift. And she says, "I've heard good things from all my guards. today. I will show you a kindness. And you watch her take a ladle. She scoops some of the hot soup. Hold out your hands.
I think at this point, yeah, Gertie would do it. Because he hasn't had good food.
Into DAG, a scolding hot thing of soup. Gertie. Bloop. Puts it down, make a con save.
Con save. Ooh.
You, were not expecting it to be so hot. Those two little deep gnomes have been stoking that fire all day, and it is scalding. And you just, grit your teeth as you take 2 fire damage. But the soup is in your hands, and you are holding on as best you can. Your hands are shaking at this point. And you have just a handful of hot soup, but it has, you see that there's actually, a chunk of meat and chunks of vegetable and fruit, which is not something you normally get.
Perfect.
The dwarf takes a scoop, and the 2 deep gnomes Topsy, as she gets it, you watch she screams, and it drops and falls to the floor and splats on the ground. She's like, no! And Mistress, kind of smiles a little, and then Turvy gets some in his hands and holds on to it, and you're all sent back to your cells. So, at the end of the day, is there anything that anybody is doing or saying as they're getting led back to your cells all together? Well, not all at the exact same time, but your groups all together.
Yeah. Can I, as we're walking back, just keep an eye out for any natural growth that looks like it might be toxic?
Make a nature check.
Sure. Survival?
Okay, I'll allow survival.
The survival, that would have been a 15.
15?
Yeah.
So with a 15, as you are walking by the waterfall, you see these black mushrooms with yellow spots kind of around the side of the cliff face next to the waterfall. And you all make your way back. One group at a time, you get brought back into the cells. Doors close behind you. And you, the people who've been here for multiple days now, realize that you're in the spot where they normally don't come to bother you till the morning, where they give you your gruel before chores. What do you guys do? So you're all together again.
I would have fed my soup to Topsy after she dropped hers.
They are, now that when you get back to the cell, they are kind of following you like baby chicks. They're really, instead of being over in the corner that they were originally, they're now almost tucked in behind you, curled up together for warmth.
Sorry, as we're going back, if there's any interaction between the Drow guards, I want to keep a close eye just to see how they interact, body language, etc., with the Drow that's in our cell. What's his name again? Sarah.
So it's mostly this guard. You would have caught the name Jorlin, with the scar on his face. That he's the guy who's specifically in charge of you, and just like the other groups, the guy that was with the winch crew, you would after spending a day with him, you would realize that his name is Shure, and the other group knows that it was Chandra who was with them. I would say that Jorlin, he seems not as attentive as the other Drow you have seen, and he kind of just shakes his head at Sereth as he walks by.
Okay, but there's no all right, cool, thanks.
So now that you're back in the cell,
Everyone just see Hellfire reach in, kind of like mess around in his crotch for a minute. Maybe not a minute, maybe like 4 seconds.
no. You said it. It was a minute. Somebody stop me.
Pulls out the leather satchel, and I'm just gonna toss it to him.
I'll open it up and see what we got.
As you open it up, you see it is a leather satchel with 3 lockpicks in it.
I'm going to look at these and keep them close to my body and look around at the crew that I'm with. Does anybody look particularly sneaky?
You got a cat with you, and they look.
Oh, yeah, the cat. Cat. Hey, what was your name again?
6 moons. You can just call me 6.
Six. Can you make any use of these, and I'll hand them lockpicks.
Oh, I can try.
Hold up, you don't mean right now, right?
I pause because I was just about to just go for it. I'm like, I guess not.
Well, I mean, if we get the cuffs off, we have no escape plan. I think we need to figure stuff out better first.
No, absolutely, but this is another mechanism with a plan to escape.
Yeah, usually at this time, everybody, nobody else comes to check in on us. This is kind of,
Yeah, you guys have 12 hours ish.
Yeah.
Normally where you sleep, right?
Would we know in the guard room at 10, that stalactite that's there, that usually I think you said there were 2 drow there. Is it evening or night when majority of the drow would also go and rest? Do we see...
So, you have never left your cell at night.
Oh, I see.
In the 10 days you've been here. You do see flames, torches coming from... There's light emanating from number 10, and I will say sporadically you've heard sounds.
Okay. Well, I mean, there's one way we could...
Yeah.
Okay, that sounds good.
And would these lockpicks be considered thieves' tools?
Yes.
Then DAG would kind of perk up for the first time, being, I am actually very good with tools. I can do a lot with them. Would you mind if I take one set? I can put magic into things and maybe help create a distraction at some point. Maybe not in here, but... So
I will say that they are still considered thieves' tools, but they're slightly different in the sense that there's 3 individual use lockpicks. So the tools themselves are individual use. So whatever you use them for, it is most likely to break after you use them. They're not like a lockpicking tool, which is slightly different.
With me, though, it's all my abilities, I have to have a tool. That's essentially my spellcasting focus.
Yep, no, then that's fine.
Yeah,
it'll still work, but it might only work for one. There is going to be a roll involved.
Okay.
Seems pretty consistent, 6 moons. Would you like to give one?
Yeah. Here. I just
Nice.
give one of the 3.
Thanks. Yeah, when we start planning, I could maybe use it to cast a spell, or I can also kind of do some cool effects into I can tinker with stuff and make objects do things they don't normally do. I don't know, it might help make a distraction at some point.
You said you're good at making things.
Yeah, I could make something create light. I could make something say a message out loud. I could create an image. There's kind of just I can make items do these weird little things.
So as you're
Another one who
talking-
makes things that can't hit people.
As you're talking, directly next to you, like you don't even notice it, but Bupido is like standing next to you, and he goes, "Ah, you plan on escaping, do ya? Is that the plan?
Do you plan on living here for the rest of your life?
Oh, wherever the shadows take me." But he says, "Where do you plan on going?"
Well, that douche of a dwarf over there just told us about a place called what did I have to break down? Blingden Stone. They said it was where.
Blingdenstone. That's a bunch of sissies. We gotta go to Gracklestaff.
Are you still speaking common?
He is. Yeah, I guess to you he would speak common.
That was more of a joke of like I didn't understand the word you just said.
Yeah. Fair.
What was the name of this place?
Buckle up. I'll just.
Glinken?
Gracklestoof. And he says, "That's where you want to go. What is your plan if you escape? Do you just plan to stand here till they come get you?"
No, to continue to escape, to get back to where we came from.
Well,
Yeah,
we need to get our thing.
That would be helpful. I was trying to just go out and explore for once. I ended up here, so I haven't really seen any of the world, and I've seen this place and I don't like it, so I would like to move on. Thanks.
You mean to escape? The Koatoa says in the corner, and he goes, your things. The mistress has them.
But where? Where do you know? Yeah.
I have been here for some time. And the people who've been here the longest would know that he was in the corner. He does his chores. Doesn't talk much. And he goes, in her room. They are there. I helped her carry things once.
Her room. Her room, is that what's up in the tower?
Number 6 and 8.
By the waterfall?
6 to 8.
Yeah, by the...
6 to 8 is the room he's talking about. And he would describe that.
Tushar is also not my favorite.
Yeah.
But, well, buckle up. But, if we leave, no violence can happen. I have taken an oath. I will not consent to violence.
But you mean, like, if we're in trouble and they're getting violent with us, we're not supposed to fight back?
I will not. I have sworn against it. We are but a drop in the river of life. No point to swim upstream.
I mean, you do what you want, I guess, but if fighting's gonna get me out of here, I'm gonna be fighting.
If you do not fight, Sloobendop could be a home to you all. I would happily welcome you. I won't say it again. I will add it to the chat. Yeah,
slower for the human.
This was the one, I think I texted you guys like 2 years ago, being like, what the fuck is going on with the names in this book? Those are two of the town, like the major city names.
Jesus.
Crackle Stew and Sloopadop. Poopity shoop. Shoopity poop.
Where is this Sloopadop?
It is quite close. Only maybe a few days' journey.
And if we're not violent, would we be safe there?
Well, I would vouch for you to my people.
What if we fight but just simply choose to be non-lethal with our tact?
I am not one to impose my will on others, but I would appreciate that.
And what about this grackle stew, Bibido? Where is it?
Ha! City of Blades, I say. There's... That's where you want to go. The biggest industry in the Underdark. Any weapons, armor, anything you need you can get in Gracklestone. But it is a bit of more of a hike. It's on the far side of the Dark Lake. If you were going to leave here, and he seems to kind of like be spinning in a circle while looking up in the sky, like a small child playing video games. And he is going to... Shushar says that Sloopity-Bop is in the West Passage, while Boopido says that Gracklestone is in the South Passage, is the direction to go.
And how far away was it again?
How far is which one? Grackle or Sloopity-Boop?
Sloopity-Doob. Oh no, that one was a few days. Sorry. The Grackle Stug.
So, okay, here's a better example. I actually have my travel map up. So, Shushar says that Sloopity-Bop is like around a week travel. Gracklestone is around a month travel. Yeah, around a month.
In what direction was Sloopity-Doob again?
West.
Yeah.
Boop.
And he says that the West Passage leads towards the Dark Lake.
Yeah, I was just about to ask Boopido what this Dark Lake is. After he mentioned it.
The Dark Lake is the water system of my people. It is how we transit the Underdark.
Is it safe?
Jim Jar says, well, safe is it's a relative term down here. I'd bet you that we go 4 days without getting attacked by something that wants to eat us. Do you take it? I'll say 5 silver.
Oh, I defer to your knowledge about this place.
Oh, also I got to roll for how many trips it took with the bag. So I'm gonna roll a d6 plus 1. 5. Who said 5?
I did. U10's getting booze.
Okay. U10 gets a 1 good booze. And Jim Jar says, he shakes your hand and says, I owe you 1 good booze.
Yes, you do. I always collect on my debts.
Well, if we ever get to Blingdenstone, I can hook you up with some good booze.
That an option to travel to? Well, down here?
It's a bit of a hike. I'd say it takes, it's a little bit further than Grackle stuff, but, I bet you we could do it in a month and a half.
Maybe one day we'll attempt that.
You're no fun. Yeah, you're all seriousness. You never bet with me. What are you guys saying? What are you guys doing?
As I said, I'm kind of curious to talk to Darendelle. He's a Quaggoth, right?
Yes.
Sorry to, if this is an ignorant question, but why aren't you like the other Quaggoth? I just cleaned up their den, and they're very different than you in demeanor.
My turtle friend. It is, and you speak Elvish?
Yep.
Sorry, did you say yep?
Yep.
Okay. In Elvish, he says, my turtle friend, it is because I, Prince Darendel III, am not a Quaggoth beast at all. I am an elf. I was cursed in my village by someone who... It is a story for another day, but as far as you need to know, this is not my true form, and I do not like to be called one of these beasts, and he is noticeably different. He keeps his fur as clean as possible for in the situation. He sits properly. He has the air of nobility to him. And he speaks...
I'm very sorry to hear that you were cursed.
It is what drove me down to this wretched place, not realizing that I would be captured so quickly. I'm poorly equipped to survive down here.
Well, maybe once we escape, we could help you lift this curse.
Oh, that would be much appreciated, and my kingdom would be in thanks. I'm sure my father is quite concerned about me.
Gertie is going to talk to Sereth if Katsu is done there as well.
Mm-hmm.
And after however many days, Gertie's just going to say, Sereth, your friend here, Stool. Can you tell me more about Stool? Where's it come from? What is his purpose? What does he do? He's just such a curious creature.
He looks away and he looks at Stool for a long time. He seems to kind of intently stare at him, almost to the point of oh, this is kind of awkward. Is he just ignoring me? And then Stool kind of comes out from beside him, and he's got his four little stool legs, and he runs out into the middle of the room, and you see he's kind of got he looks like a white little mushroom, and he has just the faintest little eyelids that twitch, and not really a mouth. And he looks, and you see him kind of tilt up towards Sereth, who's sitting there, and Sereth nods his head, and Stool kind of shakes for a second, and then goes poof, and this green spore cloud just fills the chamber. Do you guys do anything?
Gertie will say, "Well, what is happening?"
A few seconds later, you're gonna feel this tight in your throat as this tickle, kind of as you inhale these spores. And a few moments later, you all hear a lot. You begin to hear thoughts and voices of everyone, but they're all confused and they're all at the same time, and they're all echoing around each other. But as you look around, no one is talking, and it takes you a long time before you hear one singular voice in the center, and it says, "Hello, I'm Stool," and you hear it in your mind, and you're all hearing this in one common language. You're not sure if it's in common, if it's in undercommon, and people who do not speak undercommon now are hearing the voices, but not from their mouths, the creatures that only speak undercommon. And you hear, I'm sorry for doing this without asking, but we're all connected now. Can you all hear me?
Yeah, Gertie's gonna look at Sereth, but I'm gonna look at Stool. He's gonna kind of approach Stool in the middle of the room and sort of go down on a knee and say, You are a magnificent creature. And he's gonna hold out a hand to see if you just walk on his hand.
He's a bit big for walking on someone's hand.
Oh, okay.
But are you speaking with your mouth, or are you trying to speak with your mind?
I will try to speak telepathically, just to see how
it goes through, and it's like you're dialing it in because like you're speaking telepathically, but like everybody's hearing you. You're trying to focus on one person. You're not sure if you even can, and the stool says, "Well, it is nice to meet you and finally be able to talk to you. I'm so happy we're all getting along."
Well, that is a mutual feeling.
And yeah, Stool kind of nuzzles against your hand, I'll say.
Okay. Is Stool big enough, too big, let's say, to go through the prison bars that are there? Or is he small enough where he could kind of...
It looks like he physically is bigger, but he, like, as he kind of nuzzles up against you, you do feel that he's a bit squishy. So you're not 100% sure.
Okay. All right. Well, this is something I haven't seen before. I haven't experienced before. Wow. To hear and see everybody's thoughts, I feel more connected to everybody in the cell than we have in these last 10 days.
So yeah, you guys have now been connected to everyone, and everyone can speak a common language amongst this cell of people. You've been infected by the myconid spores, and that allows for telepathic communication amongst each other. You have no idea how far, what range, how it works, but you just know that it's working while you're all in this room.
Mutin is looking right at Gertie, and in his head he thinks, "Think quieter."
I can't help myself, and then he says that in his mind too.
And you can't. It's going to everybody. Like it's hard to dial in talking to individual people right now. But it does open up to talking to people who don't speak or don't speak common and only undercommon.
Cool.
I'd like to check my vitals and see if I can sense any poison or any sort of negative effect of this mushroom cloud that I just inhaled and now your voices.
Do a medicine check. So, other than the tickle in your throat that you immediately felt when you inhaled the spores, it seems to have resided. That's the word. And you don't seem to have any ill effects other than these voices that you can hear, and you seem to be able to speak.
While we're kind of sitting around talking, Mutin wants to try to form those shards of wood that he grabbed into a couple of darts.
Okay. So for each shard, I'd like a sleight of hand check as you try to form it into a dart weapon. Okay. So with that, you now have 2 dart in your inventory as weapons. Anybody else doing anything in the night?
The 2 little gnomes that have been hiding behind me, and try to talk in my head to them. Can you guys hear me now? And I'll turn to them. I'm sorry that Dwarf has been so mean, and also was Gertie mean to you? I couldn't really hear what was going on.
He wasn't too bad, but the dwarf stole Topsy's meal. Wow. She stole her rations.
Don't worry about that, dwarf. I'll and if you guys ever need food, you come see me, okay?
Thank you, robot god. She had thank you for the food you gave us.
No problem. We're all gonna need our strength to get out of here. So, and I look at me. I'm kind of like a gnome. I'm just made of metal. Meat marp.
Meat marp. And they both go meat marp.
I like you guys. I haven't met a whole lot of people. The only people I know is one other gnome, an elf, and a goblin. So you guys are kind of the only people I have experience with. So like I say, stick close, and I'll make sure you guys are fed.
Well, we'd like you too. What is your name?
It's DAG.
Well, I'm Turby, and this is my sister Topsy. And they both kind of like they just hug your leg. They go for actually no, you're pretty short too, so they go in for a hug.
Yeah, I give them one back. Say okay, it's nice to be able to talk to you guys finally.
Yeah.
I'd assume like the spider I found has been on my person this whole time.
Yeah, it kind of hangs out on your shoulder. Yeah.
I would like shake my head because I can't really sort out some of the voices and stuff. And I would just like look at it and be like, "Are you a part of this?"
Animal handling check.
You in on this?
Are you in this?
A 12?
No,
So you look at the spider and what do you say? In your mind?
Yeah, mind to mind, I would just kind of look at it and be like, can I talk to you?
Hey, what's up? You can hear me?
It's just in like an alarmingly deep voice for a tiny spider. Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, that's fun.
this is fucking weird, eh?
And it just kind of like does like a circle.
Weird. I just kind of like bring it down, like I'm just like holding it in front of me, like completely wide-eyed.
You guys are all just, in reality, you're all just laying on the cell floor, like tripping balls on the roof. No, so as you hold it in front of your face, yeah, it just kind of like, it does a little circle and then it like kind of stares at you.
I guess like I'd be like, I have so many questions. Like, well, I don't know where to start.
I have answers?
I guess I'd be like, where are you from? Like, I don't know anything about it, right?
Oh, the wall.
Its entire life. Your entire life has just been this room?
Yeah, no, there's a crack. And I am going to play pretty heavy on the fact that spiders have an intelligence of like 1. So, crack, I came in, met you, seemed nice. It's kind of my thing.
All right, well. Okay. What's your name?
Oh, I don't know. We don't talk, so... What's
Can we hear this conversation, by the way?
Yeah.
No? You guys just watch me talk to the spider.
I guess it's in the mind. Yeah, I'm going to say everybody can hear him because right now nobody has the ability to like focus this connection because everybody just got the ability to do this telepathic connection. So right now it's buckshot. Everybody's getting everything. And he's going to say like, I've never needed one before. What do you call me?
I'm going to call you Pinch.
Pinch? Cool. What's that?
Like trying to explain how to pinch something to a creature with no
Demonstrate
fingers.
on it.
Like, I would just like, it's this, and I think I would reach over to Guri and just like pinch his shoulder.
Oh, god damn it! What the?
And so he takes like 2 of his like spindly legs and he just kind of like that, like that,
just like that. It's perfect.
It feels like a weird, soft touch pinch on your hand.
Wow.
Cool. Well, you're like my favorite person, so I'm with you now. What do I call you?
My name is Six.
6. Great name. And he's just gonna like crawl up onto your shoulder. Be like, I'm here, buddy. Let's do it.
All right. Yeah. It's fully accepted. I look over at Gertie, and he's just like still shocked, I guess, that I pinched him.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Hey,
We can start this session expecting a talking spider, but
Yeah. Do we think you could ask Pinch, and I'm going to be speaking this now out loud, if he could just walk out that way and tell us how many stupid humans there are in that room over there? He could probably tell us that much, right?
And the spider count.
Well, he knows. There's one of me and two of them. One,
Yep.
2, 3. I don't know. It's pretty.
You can count to 8. Count to 8.
Count to 8.
Should be at least able to count to 8.
At least 8. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll ask him, and I turn to Pinch and mind to mind. I go again. Can you scuttle out there and just tell us how many people are out in the hallway?
And maybe even specifically up to 10, the little guard room, like right across from our cell, because there was a light on in there that was flickering, I think.
I mean, I can go try. I've never been out of this room. I was in the hole in the cave for a while, and then I came in this room. So like, okay, yeah, let's do it.
In my mind,
what are numbers? What are numbers?
In my mind, I'm gonna look at Pinch. I'm like, Pinch, this is what you do when you go into the room. Take one of your legs and point it at one of the people that looks like us, and then take one other one. If there's another one, I'm pointing at it, and all the different ones you see, just use all your legs and point. And then when you come back, we'll count how many legs you have up, and that's how many there'll be.
What happens if there's this many, and he puts all 8 of his legs like up, and he like falls on his belly? He's like, what do I do?
If there's that many, just come back to us and let us know that you couldn't walk, and we'll know there's a lot.
Kenny just describes what he sees as he goes.
Actually, he can, yeah.
Yeah, we're speaking mind to mind.
This is more fun this way. I think we should do it this way.
Okay. So do you lift him over to the door and let him out?
Yeah, I like lift him up to the grate and let him scuttle through.
Okay, so he's walking, and you just watch him like. He's just like, okay. You hear him. He's just like, okay, walk in.
Picture him like whistling.
Walk in. Oh my God, what is that? It's like fast and it's moving, and you see him just he's like, I think I've drank that before. I don't know what it is, but it's moving, it's big, and he's like, walk in, and you hear him, and you see him like at a distance. It's dim light, but you do see him like going and kind of like jumping from like plank to plank on the bridge towards 10. And I will say around there is where you stop hearing walk in, and it cuts out. So you don't hear him anymore. And you see him whoever's got dark vision has a better chance of seeing him, but he's heading towards that 10.
Yeah,
and I'm going to say, can somebody give me a D20 for a flat D20 for his stealth?
All right, 6. You do it. This is Pinch.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't want to murder Pinch in the first session,
D20.
but
Which is my light.
I got a 5.
okay. I'm gonna need. Well, I'm just gonna roll an open D20 because if the death of the first NPC is Pinch, I'm gonna be sad.
2. Oh, Pinch.
No, that's good. That's the perception of the guards.
Yeah. Thank God.
So that's incredibly good. He had to beat a 5 to be like, spider, step on it. Okay.
The guard is asleep. Should we just go now?
Yeah.
So, guard.
Is the guard
Yeah. Imagine if you guys were escaping and that was his perception check. Why'd you waste that on a spider?
Wasted on a spider.
So after a solid like 5 minutes, then you hear like walk in, coming back and walk in, and it comes back into your signal, and you just see anybody who has dark vision in the distance sees like a spider hopping, and he's just got one. Well, I'm going to do that hand. He's got one hand jumping, and it's up as he's like running with the 7 other legs, and he runs in. He goes like, "This many! I found this many."
Perfect. Pinch,
Great job,
awesome.
Pinch. I'm just super elated that he made it back.
Nice.
Yeah.
And he like does a little spin, and then he crawls up the side of you onto your shoulder again.
Awesome. I love that.
But yeah, do you guys have any more schemes for the night, or are you going to sleep?
Are we trying to escape right away, or are we planning?
I think we got some guys that are pretty hurt right now. We might want to leave it till tomorrow night.
What are you talking about? I already healed 6.
Oh, I'm good to go.
Yeah, Hellfire would kind of just like point at like the large gaping wound where he got stabbed, blood pouring through his shirt.
I feel like we need to get some kind of supplies or some sort of plan. I don't think we're ready yet, and based on the wounds I see on a couple of you.
I will.
I say we should just fucking go for it. Here, Pinch.
Classic Pinch.
Man, Pinch is gonna be a fan favorite.
Yeah, absolutely. I will relay all the stuff that we brought into that storage room number 4 there. Bunch of weapons and stuff in there for anybody who might need a short sword or dagger. Or...
And I would like to share. So my rough estimation of how many drow I saw was around 8. And only way out looks to be the hoist that we were using earlier, and it looks like it can only hold about 3 or 4 people. So these are just things that we'll have to consider when we're escaping, because like only 3 or 4 people will be able to take that lift down at a time. It can't be like a mad rush.
And we'll need somebody to operate the lift as well, so which can only be done from the top?
No, it can be done on the... Oh wait, can it only be done from the top?
Nope.
It's from the top, it's a pulley system.
And how many of us are there? There's
6 of you and 9 of them, so 15.
Jeez, that's a big crew.
And I mean, some of the smaller ones probably count as like a single person.
Yeah, I think I said 4 comfortably going down the lift, so you might be able to squeeze more.
Sure. Well,
we're sharing things. Gertie, like I said, there was a reason I swallowed that spoon. My magic, I do it through tools. That's why I wanted that lock pick as well. I'm very good with tools, and now that spoon is inside me, so I think I can channel my magic through that spoon. So I think I may have access to my magic again.
Oh, dang. Like, if you showed them that trick, they would have been thoroughly impressed.
Well, I know, but I didn't want to let on to the fact that I had access to it.
I'm very happy you saved it for this time.
Yeah, so I'll just keep it there, but when the time comes, I think I can. Yeah, I think I can do some spells.
Now, is it any item, or does it have to be... How does it work?
Is this Derek asking, or Gertie?
This is Gertie, just being curious as to, like, because you said you have a ladle, which is just a normal ladle, and
it has to be a tool like I have experience with, and I have experience with ladles. It's just my master and I at home, so I cooked and prepped all the meals. I have to be proficient with the tool.
Understand? Wow, you keep surprising me, Dag.
Dag. That's it.
Dag.
Weird. I don't know if that'll catch on, but
no.
Sure.
Like, what about these? And he's gonna kind of like pull on the handcuffs and make them clank. Like, aren't these stopping us from magic? Because like this whole time in this room, he would have been trying to like produce fire, and I assume it wouldn't have been working. Magic.
No.
In this room?
In this room.
Yeah, hellfire.
As he tries to produce fire, it's not working.
Yeah.
Looking around at the NPCs, are they all seeming interested in our conversation about trying to escape?
Yes, I would say Shushar, like the Koatoa, is like a little impartial, but he's still not against it. And at this, Seraph is going to stand up and say, "All right, listen. I understand we have enough of us, and I don't know why we haven't been brought. Normally they don't keep this many prisoners in Velkanev, but we might have a chance if we all work together. I'm going to put you out of your misery. There are 19 guards in this outpost. You need to pay attention when you walk around. We are warded in here, but once we leave this cell, any abilities or magic you have should be working. I do not know when the best attempt is, but they seem to only have a few guards at night, and they do let us out of the cells during the day. And you're gonna see him. He's gonna have a. You can watch him pull out a crossbow tip, just kind of like a small piece of metal, and he's going to. I'm gonna roll an open d20. He's gonna tink, tink. His handcuffs are gonna fall, and he's gonna tink. His collar is gonna fall to the ground. Fuck! I love when dice work with the story. He's going to say, "These are not impenetrable, but they are difficult."
I mean, you made that look super easy. Okay.
Well,
can you try these?
He is going to hold up the mangled piece of metal that he had, and it is now bent and twisted. He says, "There is power in numbers. Whatever we decide, we could wait, see what more information or items we can get, or we could bum rush them. Many of you will die if we bum rush them." And he's like looking at the deep gnomes and the Bupido, being like, "You guys are fucked." But he says,
I'll look down at them and just shake his head. No, you're good.
He says, "We should be working towards a goal. Because if we go to Mesobaron, we are as good as dead. And we will wish we were dead." And he puts his cuffs back on, but you watch as he tightens them, he doesn't tighten. He tightens them enough so he could slip them. Does the same with his collar is like half on, but it looks, so if anybody looked in or wanted to talk to him, it would look as if he still had his cuffs on.
Sheriff, I think the biggest hang up for myself is I am pretty much useless without my focus, my gear, a few things which, as Shushar has told us, is in Mistress Chandra's quarters. Is there a time, do we know, when's the best time to us to that? Because that's what I need to be effective.
If we could make a distraction, pull some of the guards, quarters are her own, and I have seen her wrath firsthand. If you get caught, he says, any belongings I had, I'm happy leaving behind, because the risk of going into her chambers is not one I'm willing to make.
Well,
but if we could distract and come up with a plan, we may be able to enter.
Sorry, that's just not an option for me. These valuables are just just that. They're too valuable to me. I can't leave this one item in particular behind. So I think the distraction method is going to have to be the route, and I'm going to look around the room at everybody else and see what the kind of general consensus is of what everybody's feeling.
I
What
agree.
about the-
I need my things. I have years of research in there.
Yeah.
What about the beasts in the pen leading up today? Could we use them for a distraction?
That's a fantastic idea. Perhaps if we get one of the Quaggoths, multiple Quaggoths, maybe have an unfortunate tumble over the edge into the spider web, create some sort of chaos on that side over by their pen. It might give us enough time to slip out behind them and get up to the room to grab our stuff before they all notice that we're gone. It would take a lot, but it would be enough that we get in behind them, perhaps.
Sarah, you said there were 19 guards. Is there any chance that any of them would be sympathetic to your situation? You have maybe a relationship with one or two of them, where they might be inclined to turn a blind eye if you were trying to escape?
Make a persuasion check. He says, my people are fiercely competitive. And I have noticed that Jorlin used to be Chandra's right-hand companion. He seems to have been replaced now. But is he been pushed to the point where his loyalties would be shifted? I do not know.
I'm gonna look at Kachua, and I'll say, Kachua, when you went to the Quaggoth pits, did you walk over a bridge?
Sorry, I'll pull up the map to double check. Did we walk over a bridge, Geeks?
No, not to the Quaggoth pit. You stick to the wall.
Okay.
And at that, I will say Jim Jar is going to be like, I bet you 5 silver. He is not loyal to Chandra. Anybody? And you hear Darren Dill go, my friend, it is not the time to be betting. Ah, come on!
May be able to turn him to our side? Manipulate him in some way?
I think it's worth certainly looking into, and I think Seraph is... I'm going to look at him and say, you probably have the... you're the only one who may be able to actually convince Jorlin to be sympathetic to our situation.
He did show mercy on me today. I cast a spell in his presence, and he spared my life.
Also, there is a hint of good in him that you even saw today as well. Perhaps if we can cause a distraction in the Quaggoth pits, and all of us scuttle across the bridges, or at least the bridge, to the guards' quarters by 10, we could burn the bridges behind us where they can't get back across to us, just to buy some time. I could be responsible for doing that, but once that happens, we need to be ready to move and ready to act, because there's going to be some unhappy people.
Well, if we get Jorlin to help us, he might be able to help us with the distraction as well.
So you're saying give it another day, see if we can convince Jorlin to help us? And yeah, my only hesitation is I know that the what's called Menzo Berenzen trip is probably imminent, and I'm just worried if we spend another night that we may be running out of time.
I don't know if we have everything we need to try to make that escape tonight. I will ask if you guys are moving past that waterfall tomorrow. If you see a black mushroom with yellow spots, if you could collect it for me, I might be able to do something. If they are poisonous, it might aid us in our escape.
Okay.
So what are you guys doing? Do you want to stay...
Yeah, in that case, I guess we'll spend one more night here, just collect a few more resources for tomorrow, and perhaps try our escape tomorrow night. Sheriff, are you going to speak with Jorlin on our behalf, or how are we going to approach that sensitive situation? I suppose it really depends on who gets put in his group tomorrow.
Hopefully somebody charming.
So, are we all in agreement? That is convinced, Jordan?
Yeah. Also, the team that was on the lift today, how long did it take for the lift to go down?
Felt like forever with Jim Jar yapping.
You know what? Fuck you. That's what I gotta say. You know what? You never bet me once, and this kind of shit.
I accept that.
You made an enemy of Jim Jar, doobie.
Jim Jar will remember this.
Yeah. It took about 4 rounds of combat is what the book says.
So 24 seconds?
Yeah, it feels quick, but that's how the stats work for it.
How far down did it go?
How tall is that waterfall? Yeah, that was my next question.
It's I believe it's about 50 feet.
Oh, that's not that far.
10, 20, 30, 40, 45 feet. Yeah,
that should be a survivable fall, right?
If I do have access to my magic, if a few of us jump, I can make the fall not bad.
It's just the webs we need to worry about. My autumn.
So I will say that there is a waterfall that does cut down in the center. If it's not clear in the picture, that it is an open waterfall there.
Okay. And Hellfire, you were at the bottom with all the stuff, right? Did you get a look at the lake itself, or the pool underneath the waterfall? Did it look shallow, deep? Any idea?
Unfortunately, I was trying to focus on where the supplies were coming from to try and see if there was a route out. I did not look at the lake that thoroughly.
So, DIG, that sounds like that might come in very handy.
Yeah, I think I can only slow a handful of us down, but it could be helpful.
Just to make sure I understand, so the plan is rest, do our slave work tomorrow, whoever's with Jorlin, try to feel out if you'll work with us, and then at night, distraction, get our stuff back, then escape?
That is the plan.
So, yeah.
I think using the Quaggoth pit as our distraction point, so that they're on the far side, and then we can sort of burn the bridges behind us, hopefully to help our escape.
Well, I guess the other consideration is you guys, I assume you've shared this information, but maybe you haven't. You guys said there were different paths down there, and you guys are saying these different cities are down these different paths. I guess we have to pick a direction as well.
Yeah, that's a very good idea. What do we say?
West is the closest.
Was the closest city, and it's to the west.
Is the closest.
I say we go to the closest
agree
just
with that.
for sake of getting somewhere safe, and then we can always reassess.
I think that is a splendid idea.
And
How do you feel about jumping off the waterfall there, my fishy friend?
It would feel refreshing.
I think that's one easy pick for going down that route.
jumping off the waterfall. Are you okay doing that?
Myself?
No, I'm talking to Shushar. Yeah, just to make sure that he's okay when it comes to the time. He's okay jumping off into the pool.
Oh yeah, he's a fish. Yeah, he's cool.
Yeah, perfect. Very good.
Yeah, he's happy. He's cool.
Yeah, I just don't want to force you on anything you don't want to do, but makes as a logical choice.
I mean, Pinchy's a little nervous about it.
His name's Pinch.
Yeah,
sorry.
Okay.
Nobody asked Pinch, I guess.
That's what he says.
Yeah.
He's just two arms up because he's flipping everybody off.
Yeah.
Oh, wise spider, which route would you like to take?
I mean, there's a bunch of spider webs. That's like spider highway, if you know what I mean. So I just take that. I just crawl down the side of the wall.
That's one of the ways have a big old crack.
Just out of curiosity, how big are the spiders that made those webs, Mr. Pinch?
Oh, I don't know, but my spider, and he's gonna be like, "Hee!" And it's like this paper thin web is gonna shoot out of his ass, and he's like, "Mine are like that." So if they're bigger than that, it's probably a bigger spider than me.
Well, that sold it.
Sarah, what's gonna happen to the body we tossed over the edge?
Yeah.
So, did anybody look at the end of their shift?
No, I'm asking Seraph. I don't know if he would know, but
he will say it will be consumed by their pets.
And our plan for this Jorlin, should it be maybe to see if they can make sure the mistress isn't in their room when we launch this plan? Because if we're going to get our stuff, we need to make sure she's not there, obviously, or we're getting a stab wound like old Hellfire over there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if we could ask Jorlin to bring the mistress with him to the distraction by the pits or something. Make sure she's along with I'm sure she will be, but
also if Jorlin's not game, we're kind of fucked. So it's a pretty risky play.
If that backfires, that's game over.
does it really help us that much to have him sympathetic? Or should we just...
Depends on how bad you want to get in there and get those items in.
But by having Jorlin on our side to help us get the mistress out, would that really actually help us that much? Rather than just actually creating a distraction like we're planning on doing, and then most likely they're all going to check it out anyways?
Do you think she bothers herself with such things, or does she just send her minions to deal with that, though?
I think she is the leader around here, and she would probably want to know if there's a major disturbance of some sort.
Based on what we saw in the kitchen today, she basically came in, marked some orders, and went and did her own thing.
Perhaps?
I think having an additional facet in our plan may be beneficial.
Yeah, it might just come down to whoever's with the Jorlin crew will have to make a judgment call on if it's worth taking the gamble to try persuade them.
We could even convince Jorlin to possibly kill Sure.
To kill who?
Sure, the other
kid.
Drow.
The other guy.
Oh. Oh. That's
Seems kind
devious.
of riskier as well.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, he's already going to be potentially jealous. He's already going to be not liking that other
I guess.
competition factor. That might be a more
But we
easy
could
form of
play it as
manipulation.
like do a distraction that makes your competition look incompetent.
We can hope that it's Sure's crew in the Quaggoth pit, and we can blame it on his incompetence that these Quaggoths got out and everything, and that's how Jorlin can play it. That's a lot of what ifs. But we can see how it plays out.
Make it up on the fly.
You tell me when you guys are ready to go to sleep, and I'll kick us to the next day.
It's kind of a half-baked plan, but
Are these manacles again? Like, do we do all our chores with them on?
Mm-hmm. But they are like, they can extend, and like they keep you at a disadvantage. Like if you tried to like fight somebody, you'd be at a disadvantage. But
So, yeah, mechanically. Okay.
So you guys going to bed?
Stasis.
Just before we go to bed, I'll say that I also have. I'll tell everybody that I have this little paring knife, this little knife. Perhaps we could use as an extra lock pick or something to help us get out, and this rusty iron club for when we're ready to make our escape. Whoever thinks that they're going to be, whoever thinks they could use this to its full, extent, then I'm happy to share if it's going to help us all get out of here.
Okay.
Sleep. That's big day tomorrow.
Yeah.
Big day.
As you guys all drift into sleep, I'd like everybody to make a wisdom save. Gertie and DAG, as you toss and turn that same dream, it's not a dream, it's a nightmare. You all had it.
Made a 6
this
by the way.
time. Oh, and 6. Sorry. Gertie, DAG, and 6 all had an awful nightmare. You didn't sleep at all. I don't know if it was the excitement of the idea of escape, the nervousness behind it. You're all starting the day exhausted, which is not a good thing to have on a day you're trying to break out of a prison. So,
What does that mean?
don't disadvantage on all ability checks.
Oh, good.
Yeah. You still have combat capabilities, but when it comes to ability checks, it's disadvantage. So, as you wake up, you have a little bit of time, your bowls of food come sliding in, and I will say that not much DAG, but Gertie, you'll be like, oh god, because you've had the taste of good food for the first time in 10 days. This is back to the shit everybody else has been eating. So,
Yep.
you guys get... And then, after you guys eat your bowl of gruel, you... There we go. The three come back. Chandra, Shur, and Jorlin, they all come back to take their prisoners for the day. And as... I'm forgetting if it's Jorlin or Jurland. He comes and he goes, you, Hellfire, Tortle, come with me. And then he points at Sereth, Eldith, and the Quaggoth, all for day 2. Chandra asks for Mutin, Gertie, Turvy, Stool, and Jimjar. And you see Stool like actively trying to go with Sereth, but kind of gets held back. And then Shur takes 6, DAG, Bupido, Topsy, and the Fishman. Shushar. Shushar.
You're splitting up Topsy and Turvy?
I know. What monsters. Okay. So, on Day 2. As you are taken up. I'm going to start opposite direction, so I'm going to start in the kitchen with Chandra first. And that is going to be Mutin, Gertie, Turvy, Stool, and Jimjar all get brought in. And as you get brought in, you notice that there are no drow in the kitchen. And Chandra says, "All right, you worms. I need you to unload, fill the pantry, clean the floors, scrub it cleanly. I want to be able to eat off of this floor if I have to. Now, I don't want to hear a problem or a peep from any of you today. I have work to do." And she stomps out of the room. You guys are left to your own devices as far as you know. Inside this like kitchenette pantry dining room at number 3. What do you guys do?
I want to look around the room just to see if there's anything abnormal from what was in there the day before. If anything stands out as like, something left out.
You got stuck in the same room, eh? Yeah, look at that.
Yeah.
So you notice that there's like 12 new boxes. Actually, it'd probably be closer to 8 because a few of them weren't all food. Few boxes all sitting in kind of the center of the room next to the pantry.
Okay.
That's the biggest difference. And there's like dirty dishes that have piled up. The room itself is pretty messy.
This is in like the number 3 area?
Number 3, correct.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I guess Gertie, having been here before, just we'll go to the new boxes that are on the floor and just start to kind of open them up and fill the pantries. It's gonna, as he's doing though, take a look at what's coming out, and while he's stocking the shelves, just to see kind of what it is.
So as you pull the stuff out of the boxes, you're finding a series of a lot of like root vegetables. That's the majority. You find one of the boxes is full of cuts of meat. Look to be some sort of red meat. Most of the spices were already in the pantry. Make an investigation check as you go through all these. Yeah, it is all cooking supplies, and yeah, there is a box that seems to have a mop and bucket. Not really much in terms other than that for cleaning supplies, but it's just stone floor that you're scrubbing, right? So
I'm going to kind of situate all of this stuff and start putting it into the shelves. And as I'm kind of kneeling down, I'm going to try and just take one of these cuts of meat, and I'm going to try and pocket it, take it. One of the kind of smaller ones, but something that I can just tuck it in my loincloth. I don't know, whatever I'm wearing.
Pocket meat, nice.
Yeah, that's pocket
so
meat.
as you do that, Jim Jar's going to say, "Oh, I wouldn't do that. I bet you they're gonna catch you if you do that. You want to make a bet?"
Well, why do you say that, Jim Jar? You're gonna bring attention to it.
No, I'm not gonna bring attention to it. I don't affect my bets. I'm an honorable man. Are you saying I'm not an honorable man?
I never said that. I just said you're talking about it now, and you're drawing attention to it.
I'm just saying. These.
That's my point.
If one of those beasts walk by you, you're gonna get sniffed out.
Which beasts?
The Quaggoths.
We're on the opposite side of that. How long have you been here? You know better than I do.
They do the cleaning. They do manual labor.
The point taken.
You've been there for 10 days. You've seen Quaggoths have to haul stuff around, and they don't just stay in those pens. Those pens are for where they sleep and shit.
My point was to try and use this as a distraction technique later, but I see that it could backfire and cause a distraction earlier than we want. For now,
I don't want it to happen. I'm all for you doing it. I'm just saying. Be careful if you see a Quaggoth. So are you doing it?
Nope, I'm not gonna do it yet. I'm gonna leave it. I'm gonna put it aside in the pantry.
So a little bit of time goes by. You see Drow walking by the outside. You watch as one Drow walks in and he has a cup of something, and as one of you are mopping, he just walks in, pours it on the ground.
What a dick.
And then he walks back out. They don't seem to be paying much mind to you. Food doesn't seem to be served for them right now, and they don't seem to be taking their breaks in there.
As we're cleaning up, I'm going to look for basically items that have small bits of metal that can be easily detached, so like whisks, things like that. Not knives specifically, because I have a feeling they're probably keeping an eye on the knives. But things I might be able to pocket for lockpicks.
Make a investigation check.
0.
Oh no!
Everything's made out of wood.
You notice that a lot of the actual tools of the kitchen are put away. They don't seem to be on the counter or readily available. Gertie, you would notice that I guess is a difference from the day before when you were cooking to this is it's a cleanup day. So for some reason they have put away all of the spoons and whisks.
In any of these boxes or anything, is there a lighter or anything like that I can find around there to, I guess a flint? I guess it would be flint.
I was like, a lighter? You know we're playing D&D, right?
Drow flick their bick.
A lighter.
Is there a bick in here somewhere?
There is no bick sitting in there. And
easy.
There's pieces of wood that they use to start a fire, but not no lighter.
Nothing like that. Okay, that's fair.
No.
Okay.
Okay, so amongst your group, the Turvey's a little nervous being by himself. Stool again is not much help. He's just kind of he's doing the thing where he has his little 4 legs and he has a washcloth on the ground and he's going and kind of going across the floor to try to help mop it. But other than that, not much.
Can I look at the ingredients before we're done there to see if there's nothing that's going to be a serious poison, but is there anything that might give somebody the scoots if I mix it together?
Okay, so as you're putting away ingredients, you do very quickly find a stockpile of material that would be used in a drow poison. They keep an abundance of it in their pantry, and it is available. It's 4 different jars that could be mixed together that you pick up on pretty quick.
Gertie, we could potentially marinate some meat here.
Yeah, now we could. We just gotta make sure we can get it back and not draw attention before we're ready to draw attention. That's all I'm worried about.
I'm saying if we're going to escape tonight, if the dinner's already poisoned for them.
That's
It doesn't have to leave here. It's just by the time they figure out something's up.
Yep.
We'll have a number of drow that maybe are unable to fight.
Okay.
What do you think?
Yeah, let's try it. I don't know anything about this. I'd have to follow your lead, but I'm open to suggestions.
It's all in your heads, right? You're using your telepathic ability.
Yes. Definitely in our heads.
Mm-hmm. So,
is there anything around us at all that would look like any sort of surveillance?
Make an investigation. Or perception. Perception might work. Yeah, so as you look around the room, it seems fine. Doesn't seem like there's anything that's watching you or...
I would like to prepare some of the meat or tonight's meal.
Okay. So your attempt is to mix the drow poison with the meats that they're cooking?
Yep.
Okay.
Dirty's going to kind of start sweeping and mopping the floor by where the entrance is, so that if somebody starts to try and come in, I can telepathically just give Mutant a nudge.
Let's do. It's gonna be. I'm gonna set the DC because this is gonna be a tough one. Like,
Yep.
This is going to be a medicine check with a DC of 15 to pull it off.
15. Okay.
All right, let's give her a go. She's 50-50. Fuck me. Fuck me. That's
Okay,
2 nat ones.
As soon as you begin to mix these ingredients with the meat begins to like darken in color and go this like sickly green black, and like you notice it and you're like, fuck, because there's zero chance that somebody's gonna pick up this piece of meat and not realize something's been done to it.
All right.
And it's a batch of meat because we both know you were trying to make it for everybody.
Yeah. It definitely is a batch of. Shit.
Maybe we wait until day 3.
No.
If I go to, is there anywhere where I could hide this batch of like bad, dirty, poison meat easily?
You can try.
Shit.
As you look around the room, there's like cupboards. There's not really a disposal in the kitchen. You know that like people tend to throw stuff off the side. The waterfall's not too far, but it would require you to go out into like the opening area, which has like the barracks and all the other areas near it.
I definitely want to pitch this meat off the side if at all possible.
Yeah, you'd have to leave the room and go into the open area to do so.
Okay. Can I go to the door and just kind of peek out to see if there's anything going on?
Yeah, make a perception check. As you open the door, you see that the room across from you, the door is closed. You see that both of the stalactite rooms, I don't know, I'm pinging on this map, this isn't the right map. Both of the stalactite room 4s, the doors are closed, and you hear people talking, but it's kind of echoing, and it's a little dampened by the waterfall, the sound of the rushing water.
Alright, I want to get rid of this pile of meat. I gotta get rid of this pile of meat.
You're going for it? Like you're just rushing and throwing?
Yep.
Okay. This is going to be a sleight of hand as you go to the corner and chuck it. Or, sleight of hand or a dexterity-based thing if you want to go quick instead of, like, sneaky.
Acrobatics?
Sure. I'm going to roll openly for them, because this is a big one. And it is +4 to their roll.
Oh.
So, as you quickly rush out the door, you dump the box of meat. You watch as it kind of goes flying, and you see as like 2 or 3 of the chunks of meat get stuck to the webbing, and it kind of whirl, but everything else falls down into the bottom and just barely hits the edge of the pool of water and splashes. You look quickly. You don't see anyone there. What do you do?
I go back in and get right back to work.
Okay.
Gertie, that did not work out well. I am sorry.
God,
Yeah,
you
where
had
did you
so
run
many
off to?
chances of failure there.
Yeah, where'd you run off to so quickly, and where did you put the meat?
The meat's gone. The meat's gone. Threw it over the edge. The what I was doing did not work out well.
Oh, I'm
This is
glad I
telepathic.
didn't try
This is
then.
telepathic. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Plan B, I suppose. Do
Plan
we have
B.
a Plan B. Whatever that is.
I think currently my plan B is to just do a really good job cleaning. Yep.
Okay. All right. I will help you with that, and I think I can't take any more meat now because a lot of it's already wasted. So I think I'm just not going to try and pocket a piece of meat at the end. But that's it.
Okay, so that is your kind of day's chore in the kitchen area. 6 DAG, Bupido, Topsy, and Shushar are going getting to the lift. Shure brings you down to the lift, and he says, "I need you to bring these up and down the lift." And he hands you a series of not boulders, but like large rocks. He says, "I'd like you to place them at the bottom, and then bring them back up." And he has like a sly smile on his face. You do that 10 times, please. And he goes into room 4 and closes the door. Who's gonna stay at the top of the lift? Who's going down the lift? I would say Shushar is offering to use work the lift. He's a bit bigger. Koto are a little bit bigger, especially compared to Topsy and Bupido.
Yeah, so I was gonna ask is like the person at the top has to like actually run the lift because it should be the big person.
Yeah, it's like a crank system that 2 people run next to each other. So who else is gonna stay with Shushar?
Well, I feel like it should either be me or Bupido because it'd be difficult for DAG and Turvy to run the crank.
Okay, it's completely up to you. Bupido goes, doesn't matter to me.
Yeah, I think I want to go down.
Okay, so DAG's going down. That's Topsy's probably going. Well, I would assume he does. Wait, is it Turvy? No, Turvy's going down. He doesn't want to. Topsy's no, sorry, my mistake. I was looking at the wrong group.
He's with me.
It's 6. Yeah, Topsy is with you guys, which is a she. Turvy is a he. And Shushar is the one at the top. So Topsy wants to go down. DAG wants to go down. It's between 6 and Bupido.
I guess I'll stay at the top.
Okay. So, as you begin to go down to do this very, mundane, moving rocks back and forth just to entertain, Shure, what are you guys doing? What are you guys talking about?
I'm going to say in Bupido's head, Bupido, do you have any magic or things you can do right now without supplies?
Magic? I'm not a magic man. I just, no, Bupido, I'm a survivor, you know?
Can you swim? Are you sneaky?
Yeah, I've been known to be sneaky.
Well, when we get down there, I bet you a gold, and I'm gonna pull out the gold coin I found in the cell, that you can't sneakily get into that pool and see what's down there.
You gonna give me a gold coin if I jump into a pool?
If you get into that pool and you swim down a bit and you can tell me what you see, I'll give you this gold. But remember, there's probably a guard down there, so you're gonna have to be sneaky.
Make a persuasion check. Bubido lives on the edge. Dives off of the elevator. Just perfect dive from the elevator into the pool of water. And boom! It's almost like a beautiful swan dive. Like, you don't hear much of the splash.
And I'm going to
just
try
underwater.
Can I still hear his voice? Are we close enough?
Not close enough, no.
Okay.
He's went out of the range.
I'll just wait and try to act normal and
probably
move the
about
rocks.
two more rounds as the lift continues to go down. It continues to go down. As it gets to the bottom, you notice that he has not surfaced. This is, maybe like a 20 second time. And then as soon as you get to the bottom and kind of like look towards the water, you hear, "He's got me! Help! Help!" What do you do?
I'm going to bring one of the boulders over by the pool.
You're going to bring what, sorry?
One of the boulders or one of the large rocks.
Okay.
Over towards the pool and try to... Do I see anything from the edge?
Make a perception check. With a 15, you see like bubbles coming up, and you see like an area where the bubbles are, but the water's pretty dark. The cave is not well lit. You can't really see.
And is there one of the drow down here?
No. You do not see a drow down there.
Oh god. So there's nobody around. Okay. I am going to cast False Life on myself.
Okay.
Well, I guess I have... it just gives me, like, temporary hit points.
Okay.
And I'm gonna dive in after him.
Okay. And you are with Turvy?
And I will. I guess. Yeah, I'm too far away.
No, you're with
Topsy. Topsy. Yeah. But right before I dive in, I'll just turn to Topsy and I'll say, I don't know how far away I'm gonna get, but if you see anybody coming down or looking over, try to, and point to my head, like, let me know, and jump in the water.
Okay. So as you jump into the water, you begin to like sink down pretty quickly. You're not the best swimmer, and you immediately see struggling because your eyes can just stay open, like that doesn't really affect you that much being underwater, and you just see the outline of Bupido just squirming like crazy underwater, and some like dark gelatinous shape almost like surrounding him.
And it looks like he's stuck, I guess? Like he's in this...
Yeah, he's like struggling. His hands are free, but you notice that his legs aren't kicking.
Okay. I guess I'll... Oh, I don't have a melee weapon. I'm just gonna try to grab him out of it, I guess.
Okay. So as you dive in and you reach for him, you begin to see the shape like stretching out towards you as well, as a gray ooze in the water is forcing its way towards you. And we're going to do a simple initiative between you, Bupido, and this ooze. Initiative. So he's got a 14.
Okay.
Bupido gets
I got a 15.
A 22. So Bupido goes first, but he failed on his struggles to get out. And then the Grey Ooze is going to get at least one attack in during this time. So let me roll for the attack. So it rolled a 21, and the damage 4, so it does 5 bludgeoning, 5, and then 7 is 12. Okay. Bupido is still up after that attack. Then we're going to DAG. That's when you jump in and you go to grab Bupido. I need you to make a strength check.
Oh, I'm not gonna. No, I'm not gonna burn my other thing. No. Okay.
So, it has +1 to this roll.
Oh, Jesus! I should have.
I don't know what to do. It's tied because it's a contested thing.
Roll again.
Yeah, let's roll again. Let's do a flat roll.
It's kind of a stalemate.
Yeah, you're +1 as well.
Yeah.
Actually, sorry, I'm going to leave it there, and then I'll let Bupido. We'll save your 8 if Bupido doesn't get out himself. So he's going to roll his. He rolled a 7 against the gray oozes. Nat! Okay. So good thing that was burned there. And then you rolled an 8 against the gray oozes.
Are you doing anything? Yeah, I'm going to add my built for success to this one. So it's like my own guidance, essentially. I get to add a d4.
Okay.
Okay, so 11 total.
11 total. I'm going to roll open here. As you pull Bupido free from this ooze, you're allowed to move half your distance. Half of your distance out towards the water. Right now, you're about 15 feet underwater. How far can you move in a turn?
30.
So you can move 15 feet. So you can move right to the shore, but you can't move out of the water while pulling Bupido.
Okay.
Then it goes to, from your turn.
Could I bonus action? Oh no, that would be an action. No, I can't bonus action anything. Never mind. Carry on.
So, and then it goes Bupido, who's going to be like, what the hell? There's a thing down there!
Get the heck out of the water.
He's going to pull himself up out of the water, and he's going to start to move, and then he's going to turn back, look at you, be like, grab your hand, and pull you just out of the water, but then he's going to run towards the lift where Topsy is. And so you are now 5 feet from the water. And what did you roll for your initiative? You rolled a 15?
Yeah.
So it's your turn, and Bupido's in the lift.
Okay. And do I see this ooze, like, is it coming out of the water after us?
You see the shape, but again, as soon as you get to the surface, looking down into the water becomes difficult because it is very dark. So, like, and even in the water, it was almost transparent. Like, it's very difficult to see in the water.
Okay. I think I'm just going to grab my boulder and make my way back towards the lift as well, and just kind of turning back and looking to see if this ooze is coming back. And otherwise, just trying to get back to work.
So
try to act like nothing happened.
As you get to the lift, you turn back and you watch as, like, the waves and, like, this massive splash as this gray ooze shoots itself out of the water. But it starts to, like, slowly, like, scooch towards you. Does not get to you. And I will say that as it breaks the water, you, Topsy, and Bupido all hear telepathically, "Flesh for the faceless lord." And the ooze kind of flattens into the ground, realizing that you're too far, and just kind of like water flowing back into the pool. And then the lift, I assume, begins to lift you back up.
Same. I'm just at the top being like, I wonder what's going on down there.
Yeah.
No idea.
You guys sure are taking a lot of time.
Yeah.
Also, Bupido has 1 health right now.
Oh,
If he would have gotten attacked one more time, he would have been out of the campaign. You almost... And so as the lift begins to rise, and you stay there, Bupido goes, "Can I have my gold coin now?"
Yeah.
Sorry, Bupido, but you didn't win the bet. So I'm glad you're okay. I went to get you, but you seem like a man of honor, and you seem to hold on to your word. You technically didn't win the bet.
Well, what? I'm not a man of honor. That's Jim Jar.
Okay, fine. You may not be honorable, but you still didn't win the bet.
Oh. Okay.
I appreciate the effort, but you were supposed to tell me what you see, and you got kind of eaten.
I saw a creature that tried to eat me. Yeah, he just like slumps down on his back and he's like bleeding from these almost like an acid burn on his skin from the creature that was in the pool. And the winch goes up.
Well, yeah, I will relay telepathically what the fuck just happened. So jumping into the waterfall might not be the best idea. This oozy thing tried to eat us.
Oh god. Like, at this point, are they close enough that I can, like, kind of see them on the left?
Yeah.
Okay, so I just see Bupido just, like, more than half dead. And
yeah.
Oh my god. Is he gonna be okay?
Yeah, sorry, Bupido. Take it easy, buddy. I'll carry these rocks.
Okay. Yeah, he is. He's not doing great. And at like the noise of the lift coming up, you see like Shure come out, and he just looks at you. He's like, "Fell in the pool, did you?"
Yeah, the little guy. The little guy isn't the most dexterous. I had to pull him out of there.
It is slippery around the edge. Anyways, keep going. I didn't say stop.
Very good, sir. And back down I go.
Yep, so up and down. You guys doing anything else while you're doing your chores?
No, not after that.
Yeah.
Okay. So, now we're going to go to Hellfire, Kachua, Seraph, Eldith, and Prince Duriel. You guys all get led over by Jorl. Jorl? Is that what I said? I don't have his name on my main page for some reason.
I wrote down Jorlin.
Yeah,
Jorlin is the correct answer. And it's the same thing, and like he almost gets mocked by Chandra and Shure as they separate, and they say, "You're in the Quaggoth's den." And you begin to walk down the side. You get to the gate. He pulls out a key. He opens the pen, and this time there are 3 Quaggoths in the cell. You don't know where the other one has been, and he makes that sharp like, "Kss," and they all cower. And he says, "You know the drill. Chain them up. Clean this shithole." And he kind of puts his back to the wall as you approach. Who's going for it?
Having seen yesterday how catastrophic it went for 6, I'm going to try to impersonate the Drow to try to scare away the Quaggoth.
Like keep them cowering. All right, make a performance check. 6. So as you like make the sound, they all kind of like cock their heads towards you, and just like they do not seem to cower like they did when the Drow made the sound.
So just like out and causing trouble?
Well, they're still against the back wall, but they haven't been chained. Somebody needs to get within like stabbing range and chain them to the wall.
Hellfire, are you? I don't know what to do. These things are out of my league.
You do yesterday.
The Drow just hissed at the. You know what? I'll try. Excuse me, Mr. Jorlin.
He kind of like puts his head back into the cage. What is it?
I'm sorry to bother you. I tried to get these monsters to behave. They don't seem to respond to me. Obviously, they have much more respect for yourself. Would you mind just scaring them off for us?
Make a persuasion. He says, I will give them a fright. Chain them like I said. And he does the same high-pitched sound, and they cower.
On his cue, I'm gonna go over and try to chain them.
Okay, make an animal handling.
Quickly go over and help.
Okay, you can each make an animal handling.
I'm getting bit.
Okay, with two of you, it counts as advantage. So, Kachua manages to kind of go in. Hellfire, as you're like trying to get an idea, they seem to like start sniffing the air, and they almost aggressively, all three of them, like lunge for you. But Kachua manages to lock all three of them up. And now they're chained, like, to stay within a foot of that back wall. And Jolan says, you know the drill. Sareth, clean this shit up. And Sareth kind of, like, shakes his head a little.
So, yeah, I'll start, like, shoveling shit, doing whatever needs to be done. What do you guys think? Should we go for it?
I kind of have an idea of how to maybe start getting him to hate the other guy more, but like, it's risky.
Okay, do you want to do the talking then? Or do you think we should get Sareth to do the talking?
Maybe a team effort? Like, I have an idea to get it started.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to try it, go for it.
I proceed to go about my work, but I'm going to uncomfortably continue to look at Jorlin.
So as you look at him for a while, shoveling shit and just staring him down, scooping the feces.
It's not like an angry stare though. It's just like a looking him up and down. Like it's real creepy and weird.
He's going to say, keep your eyes to yourself if you want to keep your eyes in your head.
Sorry. Oh, no, never mind. You probably don't want to hear.
Damn, that is enticing.
That is enticing. Make a persuasion check. I was like, why would an evil drow care? Be like, don't tell me! Okay, so as a persuasion, he goes like, the fuck does that mean? If I want you to speak to me, he says, keep your eyes to the shit and do not say another word to me today.
I'm just gonna put my head down and continue to work and verbally or telepathically be like, well, that's all I had.
Sareth at that point is going to, because he's been in on your conversations, he's going to say, Jorlin, when did you become second fiddle to Shure? And at that point, Jorlin's going to come into the room and say, what the fuck did you say to me?
Okay. And as it happens and Sareth tries to indicates that he's just going to go for it, I'm going to try to, as quietly as I can, cast guidance on him.
Okay, you need to do a stealth check for when you cast guidance to see if you can cast it silently. Okay.
That's lucky.
That's very lucky. So you managed to cast guidance, and Sareth is going to roll a persuasion check. I'm going to let one of you guys roll the d20, and I will tell you the modifier in persuasion is charisma, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so it's +1, and then a d3.
Or d4, right?
D4.
Yeah, d4, sorry.
Oh my god.
Oh, we're never getting out of here.
Okay, so he's going to walk in and he's going to say, I will not be disrespected by the likes of you. You were lower than them. You could have been one of us. And he swings his sword straight at Sereth's throat. Let's see what happens. This might be bad for Sereth. Okay, he is swinging his sword. He's getting a 17 with the modifier in addition to that, so that definitely hits him. And he is doing 17 poison damage.
Come on, Sarah's got to be resistant to that, right?
So, as you're standing there and you watch him come in, you just see the anger boil over, the sword come out, and it just slices across Sarah's throat. Sarah's dead. Throw him to the Quaggoths.
Like he tells us to throw him to the Quaggoths and watches us?
He says, throw him to the feed him to the Quaggoths. He was an embarrassment of our kind. Yeah, he kind of storms off a little, actually.
Have no choice but to obey here, right?
I'm gonna go over to him and just try to like quickly check his vitals, sort of thing. Like he gone.
Yeah. So as you go, do a medicine check, and so Eldith is with you, the dwarf, and she's like, good riddance. One less drow is nothing to be upset about. And Prince Darendal is like, oh my, I forgot who was with you guys.
So you said I can do a medicine check?
You can do a medicine check. I say he did.
Why'd you make me do a check?
I don't know, maybe if you got a 1, you could have wasted sealing spells on him.
You...
Yeah, I'm going to start moving him over towards the beasts.
Yeah, so you and Darendel will pick him up and like carry him over. Darendel's be like, oh, I think I'm going to be sick. Oh my god, these creatures. Oh. And as you throw it, like the ones that can reach him just start tearing into him.
Oh my god.
So as you carry on, are you guys saying anything else during your shift?
Kachu is pretty shook.
Okay.
Hasn't seen a lot of throat slashed in his days.
Yeah, you were in like arterial spray zone too for that one. Your shell will never recover. Okay, so you guys spend your days. All three of you will continue to do your chores till the end. Jorlin will come back to bring you. You guys all get brought back into the cell. What do you guys do as you're locked back into this cold cell? And you will notice that as soon as Stool comes, and as soon as they get in there and they see that you hear like, what? Where's Sereth? Sereth! Sereth! You just hear this like call going out in your mind. Sereth, you didn't come back with Sereth! Sereth! Anybody?
I'm sorry, Stool.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the ground.
They killed him.
No! I feel scared. Why would they do that? What did he do?
He tried to talk to Jorlin like we all planned, and it did not go well.
No. And he just kind of like is like pacing in circles in the center of the room. He's like, I miss Sereth. Does he miss me? And yeah, he kind of like goes over into the corner and just like, his little legs like drop down, and he's just like what you thought was his face just seems to be facing the corner.
I was gonna say, you said there were torches in here?
No, there you see like there's luminescence from fungus on the ceilings, and there's a bit of faint torchlight coming from like room number 10 and there might be one torch on the balcony outside.
And I don't mean to add insult to injury, but we didn't have the best day either. I assumed all that water coming down the waterfall has to be going somewhere. There's no rivers or anything down there, so where's it going? So I asked Bupido, and he very bravely jumped into the water, and he was attacked by this oozy thing. So our plan of maybe some people jumping into the water may not be the best. It was pretty scary, Bupido?
Bupido is sitting in the opposite corner of the cell from you, staring at you in the darkness.
I'm sorry.
Wide, white eyes, not saying a word, but just fixed on you.
I'm sorry, Bupido. I had some more time to think as I brought those rocks up and down 9 more fucking times today. You earned this, and I'll flip him a gold, and he'll walk over and cast. Oh, I guess I can't cast in this room. Shit, remember, he won't cast shit.
He will take
He was
it.
gonna go over to the corner where Stool is, like, get a bunch of like muck and dirt on his finger or whatever, and use it to draw on the wall a picture of a candle, and just sit down beside him or like kneel down on both knees and pray.
Yeah, he doesn't. So you're praying verbally or just in your own head? Or telepathically to Stool?
In my own head, just praying that the pain that Stool's feeling will dissipate as they come to terms with what happened.
Okay, so as you kind of like sit down next to Stool, he doesn't really respond, but he stays there all night next to you.